Chapter 117. Kill him using a sword? Guan exchanged epiphanies with Wu Ju, talking all the way until the next morning. Both of them benefited greatly. Before parting, Wu Ju reminded him once again not to reveal their epiphany to others. Seeing Wu Ju's caution, Guan smiled and promised. Wu Ju watched Guan leave, a smile spreading on his face. Having lived in the Supreme Sect for so many years, Guan was his first true friend. He had always been very self-conscious and didn't dare to communicate with others much. The only one he was close to was his master, so his master's death was a great blow to him. Wu Ju turned back to his room to continue cultivating. While looking forward to his next exchange with Guan, Guan stayed in the city for an hour before returning to the Third Medicine Valley. After inspecting the valley, he hurriedly left again. After spending a short while in Mystic Valley, he came to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. The Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion already had a lot of medicinal herbs planted, but it was still far from being filled. Guan planned to plant herbs above the 5th rank here, as it was his private territory, a place truly unknown to anyone. Though Jiang Qiong and Sky Dragon knew about the 8 scenic caves, only he knew about the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. During the planting process, he felt the presence of a battle coming from the north. The aura of the 9 Nether Road was still there, lasting for several months. The 9 dynasties continuously sent cultivators to fight, temporarily curbing the chaos caused by the Ephemera sect. This was normal. If the strength of the Ephemera sect far surpassed the 9 dynasties, they would have swept across them long ago. Guan did not pay attention to the distant battle and focused on planting herbs. He could stay overnight at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion as it was already the end of the month. If Liya wanted to contact him, he could not afford to miss it. Since Guan and Liya made the agreement, Liya didn't appear on a mountain top at the end of the month to reveal his aura, possibly due to circumstances beyond his control. Yet Guan was not anxious. He would come to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion at the end of every month and use his divine sense to search for Liya's aura in the north. Thus, Guan finished planting all the seeds he brought and set up a formation. When night fell, he performed the 9 extremes yin-yang body, transforming into a shadow and heading north. Under the night sky, Liya, carrying the North Sea heavy sword, reached the mountain top. He looked ahead. The mountains stretched endlessly. The night sky was covered with dark clouds, obscuring the stars and moon. How far is this place from the North Sea mountains? I wonder if the primordial ancestor can find me, Liya thought worriedly. The old ancestor's voice sounded in his mind. The great cultivators of the 9 dynasties continue to appear, yet they cannot budge that female cultivator. When the main branch of the Ephemera sect arrives, it will be even more dangerous. Even if the primordial ancestor comes, he cannot turn the tide. He too acknowledged that Guan was the primordial ancestor of the Li family, but he had no confidence in the ancestor. The primordial ancestor's cultivation level was higher than his own when he was alive, but the main branch of the Ephemera sect also had such people and not just one. After hearing this, Liya fell silent. He turned his head, spreading his divine sense, fearing that followers of the Ephemera sect were tracking him. After confirming no one was following him, Liya put down the heavy sword and sat cross-legged. He placed the heavy sword on his legs, carefully stroking it, feeling the blade. He had already mastered a trace of the Taicang Divine shocking sword intent. The longer he delved into it, the more profound he found the swordsmanship. Once it was fully mastered, he would be unrivaled in his realm and even capable of cross-realm battles. The cold wind blew. Though there was no flying snow, it was still bone-chillingly cold. It was unclear how much time had passed. A figure appeared behind Liya, silently watching him. It was Guan, using the 9 extremes yin-yang body, observing Liya's swordsmanship accomplishments. Not bad, he didn't waste the swordsmanship accomplishment he had left behind. He is here. The old ancestor's voice sounded in Liya's ear with a complex tone. Upon hearing this, Liya opened his eyes and turned his head. As soon as he saw Guan, he immediately stood up and saluted him with the North Sea heavy sword in hand. Now he could lift the North Sea heavy sword with one hand. Greetings, primordial ancestor. Regarding the title Liya used, Guan couldn't bother to explain. As long as Liya didn't guess his real identity, it was fine. Tell me about the Ephemera sect, Guan said, his voice as usual with a changed tone. Liya began reporting the situation. Currently, all the followers of the Ephemera sect were gathered at the entrance of the 9 Nether Road, numbering over 1,000,000. Every one of the ephemera sect's followers bore the ephemera seal, causing those wavering cultivators to be unable to escape. He mentioned the ephemera tree. Nearly every day cultivators went to fight against the ephemera sect and ultimately died, becoming nutrients for the ephemera tree. Speaking of this tree, the fearless Li Ya's face too showed a trace of fear. Guan wasn't concerned about these. He was only curious about the strength of the strongest person in the main branch of the ephemera sect. Unfortunately, Li Ya didn't know either. After talking for half a day, it was all about the battles around the ephemera tree without mentioning the situation inside the Nine Nether Road. I wondered why you came out secretly. Turns out it was to pass on information. It seems your backer is also helpless and unable to respond to you. A contemptuous laugh echoed, startling Li Ya. His face turned pale. He looked behind Guan, only to see a scholar-dressed traveler of graceful crane walking out from the forest. Guan, with his back towards him, did not turn around. Shadow magic skill. I wonder which master from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion you are? Traveler of graceful crane asked with a smile as he took off the book box behind him, placed it in front and began to search inside it. Before Guan spoke, Li Ya anxiously shouted, "Primordial ancestor, he is Traveler of graceful crane. It's him who previously captured my old ancestor's soul. He is very strong, you must not be careless." Guan turned his head slightly, glancing at Traveler of graceful crane. Traveler of graceful crane, Unification Realm 9th Layer 1209/3020/3030 Unification Realm 9th Layer. No wonder he spoke so arrogantly. With such cultivation he could indeed roam freely in the Taicang dynasty. Guan slowly turned around, looking at Traveler of graceful crane rummaging through his things, not in a hurry, watching him perform. A Grand Unification Realm 9th Layer cultivator needed to search for something by hand? This guy clearly thought he had Guan in the palm of his hand, deliberately messing with Guan and Li Ya's minds. Primordial ancestor? To your family. In that case, I'll torture you to death in front of him to put an end to his wild thoughts, Traveler of graceful crane sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Ya immediately moved to stand beside Guan, offering the North Sea heavy sword to him. To kill him, do I need a sword? Guan's hoarse voice sounded, making Li Ya pause, causing Traveler of graceful crane to halt his search. Traveler of graceful crane looked up at Guan. The two stood on a slope with Guan standing higher. He couldn't see Guan's true face, but for some reason looking at the opponent's posture gave him an uneasy feeling in his heart. He suddenly pulled out a scroll from the book box. When the scroll unfurled, terrifying magma erupted, blocking out the sky and blotting out the sun with a mighty force. Li Ya stood dazed, unable to react. Guan swiftly raised his right hand, flicking his finger to release a beam of light. It pierced through the terrifying magma, forcefully piercing Traveler of graceful crane's throat, blood spurting from the back of his neck. Traveler of graceful crane's eyes widened in disbelief. As his body leaned backward, a foot stepped on his back. Boom! The mountain quaked. Under Li Ya's watchful eyes, the formidable Traveler of graceful crane, who once made him despair, was trampled under the foot of the primordial ancestor, stone debris flying everywhere. Ugh! Traveler of graceful crane spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, desperately finding his spiritual power suppressed within his body, incapable of manifesting outside or casting spells for escape. He had never felt such suppression. Even a great mystic heart realm cultivator couldn't suppress him like this. Could it be that he had reached above the 5th level of the mystic heart realm? Traveler of graceful crane felt an absurdity. Boom, boom, boom. Guan started stomping foot by foot on Traveler of graceful crane's back. More blood pooled beneath him, forming cracks in the mountain surface. Shrouded in dark purple demonic chi, Guan appeared like a demon god from the netherworld. Even Li Ya couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear in his heart. The primordial spirit of the old ancestor within him was also silent. After 9 stomps, Traveler of graceful crane had lost his combat ability. Guan's right foot ignited with Taicang true fire, attaching it to Traveler of graceful crane's body. He then stepped back, using his left hand to capture Traveler of graceful crane's primordial spirit, while his right hand picked up the book box beside him. Traveler of graceful crane's body was swiftly incinerated to ashes. Guan's figure vanished, leaving only a sentence. From now on, survive at your best. There's no need to seek me out again. Li Ya stood on the slope, gazing at the ashes of Traveler of Graceful Crane, speechless for a long time. After quite a while, he couldn't help but ask in his mind, "Do you still think the primordial ancestor has no chance against the main branch of the Ephemera sect?" The old ancestor didn't respond. Inside the Mystic Heaven Cave mansion, Guan sat at a stone table, performing the soul-capturing skill on Traveler of Graceful Crane's primordial spirit. Indeed, Traveler of Graceful Crane was not from the 9 dynasties. He came from the main branch of the Ephemera sect, having arrived early on. 300 years ago, the main branch of the Ephemera sect descended upon the land of the 9 dynasties. He and several fellow disciples scattered. The others enacted the primary branch's major plan, searching for suitable puppet sects, while he traveled alone, seeking immortal opportunities. His actions were unique due to his core disciple status within the primary branch, possessing a prestigious background. 200 years ago he encountered the mighty LV Baiyan, realizing he wasn't an opponent so he avoided it, hiding away for 200 years. The main branch of the Ephemera sect came to the land of the 9 dynasties knowing it would be devoured by demons. In their view, the human race here was doomed and better be fed to the ephemera tree. The ephemera tree craved the spiritual power and flesh of human cultivators. If it could devour the humans of the 9 dynasties, it could transcend the heavenly destiny, reaching the legendary 9th rank. At that time, the ephemera tree could open the 9 nether road anytime, providing convenience for the primary branch of the ephemera sect to act, traveling wherever they wanted. Through Traveler of Graceful Crane's memories, Guan learned about the hierarchy within the primary branch of the ephemera sect. Previously he had slain Golden Spirit Venerable, one of the 100 venerables within the primary branch, each with a mystic heart realm cultivation level. The master of the primary branch had 500 years ago transcended the mystic heart realm to enter the legendary Mahayana realm. In other words, there was only one Mahayana realm cultivator in the primary branch of the ephemera sect. 500 years could allow that branch master to reach the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm? Guan pondered silently. Several ancient hours later he withdrew his divine sense, then finished Traveler of Graceful Crane off, claiming 209 years of lifespan. Guan's right hand rested on the book box, lightly tapping it with his finger, eyes flickering. No more waiting. Tomorrow he would resolve the ephemera tree below the 9 nether road to prevent any long-term worries. Anyway, if he didn't act, the primary branch of the ephemera sect wouldn't just let it go. Chapter 118 Sword Venerable Fudao strikes. Wuxian Wasteland. At dawn. Because of the overcast clouds in the sky, this wasteland had never seen the sun or moon. On top of a broken cliff, dozens of cultivators gathered, including Xianxia, the vice sect leader of the supreme sect. They looked towards the horizon with worry etched on their faces. That female demon is simply too powerful. Without a mystic heart realm cultivator, no matter how many of us join forces, it will be useless. There is no mystic heart realm cultivator in our dynasty. Our sect once had one, but he left 800 years ago and has been hard to find. How many mystic heart realm great cultivators stand behind the ephemera sect? We have nowhere to go and cannot retreat. They were all leaders of various sects, all at the unification realm. Before the ephemera sect wreaked havoc, each of them was a legendary figure in the 9 dynasties' immortal cultivation world, possessing immense power to turn the tides. Yet now, after gathering for many days, they were at a loss, not daring to act rashly. Many unification realm cultivators had already died under the ephemera tree. Some had acted alone, and they had also launched total assaults, all ending in failure, the terror of the mystic heart realm paralyzing them. Xianxia suddenly raised his right hand. A ring on his index finger emitted a shimmering light that penetrated his brow. His face lit up with joy. Then he lowered his right hand and spoke. "Everyone, our Supreme Sect's Supreme Elder Grandmaster Xianxia has returned and is on his way here. When he arrives we can follow him in launching an attack. Our Grandmaster Xianxia has already attained the Mystic Heart Realm." This statement made all the sect leaders look at him with matching excitement and joy. For a moment, the praises for the Supreme Sect rose one after another, making Xianxia stand up proudly. Although the Supreme Sect was the strongest sect in the Taicang Dynasty, it might not rank among the top 3 within the 9 dynasties. If they could achieve indelible merit in facing the calamity of the ephemera sect, they would surely become famous, attracting more families and cultivators in the future. The atmosphere on the cliff improved, and everyone saw hope in defeating the demon of the ephemera sect. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, under the rolling overcast clouds, hundreds of zhang tall ephemera trees stood like a gigantic demon, towering and ferocious. Vines hung down from the branches of the ephemera tree, most of them with corpses tied to the ends. Some were not completely dead, their bodies trembling slightly, eyes filled with blood, veins bulging in their necks, a pitiful sight. Amid the crowd, Jiang Qiong's delicate brows furrowed as she looked at the hanging cultivators. She couldn't help but touch a blood-colored ephemera seal on her wrist, her heart filled with worry. If this continued, she felt she would either be killed by the 9 Dynasties cultivators or be absorbed by the ephemera tree. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. But what could she do? The ephemera seal restricted her freedom. Jiang Qiong looked at the middle-aged man beside her and transmitted her voice. "Father, do you still trust the ephemera sect?" The middle-aged man sitting next to her was her father, Jiang Lang, one of the pavilion masters of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. He had not only brought Jiang Qiong but also many disciples to join the ephemera sect. Jiang Lang's face was sullen and he didn't answer. How could he not know he had been played, but what could he do now? There were countless corpses of Unification Realm and Void Crossing Realm cultivators hanging from the ephemera tree. With his abilities, how could he escape? He turned to look in another direction, where 4 cultivators sat on the outskirts of the ephemera sect's million followers, their auras so oppressive that no one dared to act recklessly. At present, only those closely connected to the ephemera sect's higher-ups or trusted individuals could leave. Jiang Lang was neither. He belonged to sect hierarch Zhong Liang. He should have enjoyed authority, but with Zhong Liang's fall, his followers were scattered and imprisoned. Even if accepted, they weren't trusted. Seeing her father's expression, Jiang Qiong knew she couldn't count on him. Indeed, from the beginning, the only person she could rely on was herself. Jiang Qiong looked back at the ephemera tree, her gaze becoming resolute. She absolutely couldn't fall here. Just as this thought surfaced, a burst of light illuminated her face, making her eyes widen. Not just her, but everyone was illuminated. The rolling clouds above the ephemera tree suddenly dissipated, revealing a nearly 1,000-mile-wide opening, with sunlight and scattered snowflakes falling through. The black-clad woman sitting on the array platform looked up, her eyes flashing sharply through her mask. Not just her, but the 4 great cultivators at the edges of the million-strong ephemera sect also looked up. Under the sunlight, the ephemera tree began to tremble, seemingly disliking the sunlight. "Who are you who dares to reveal yourself?" The black-clad woman stood up and shouted loudly, her cold voice echoing through the heavens and earth. A figure appeared out of nowhere high above the ephemera tree. It was Guan, performing the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Guan looked down at everyone below, catching sight of Jiang Qiong. From high above, the millions of followers of the ephemera sect looked like prisoners, sitting on the ground with some cultivators standing on the outskirts, clearly there to guard the seated followers. Trusting the ephemera sect led to such a result. It truly was tragic. Guan swiftly cast lifespan detection on one after another. A 2nd layer Mystic Heart Realm and 4 9th layer Unification Realm. The ephemera tree beneath him had the same limited lifespan as the previous ephemera tree he had seen, and it was only a bit over 500 years old. To grow so quickly, how many people had it consumed? Guan raised his right hand, conjuring a cyan sword shadow in his palm. "Bold!" The black-clad woman shouted angrily, killing intent flashing through her eyes as she appeared beside Guan in one step, a blood-red sword in her hand, slashing at Guan. The sword strike seemed to unleash thousands of evil ghosts towards Guan, blood light covering the entire sky in an instant. But it was only for an instant. Boom! The black-clad woman was sent flying, crashing through the ground after passing over the heads of 1,000,000 followers, her life or death unknown. This scene shocked everyone. How could it be? Everyone cried out in their hearts. During this time, the black-clad woman had fully demonstrated her immense power, appearing nearly invincible. No matter how strong or renowned the attacking cultivators were, they were easily suppressed by her. Such a powerful being had no way to resist in front of this person. Guan raised his left hand and his index finger shot out a radiant beam, piercing through the swirling dust towards where the woman had fallen. An alert appeared in front of Guan. You successfully seized 47 years of Night Cultivator Fairies, second layer Mystic Heart Realm, lifespan. Not bad. Gu An's left hand reached out again, capturing the mystic heart of the Night Cultivator Fairy from afar. The mystic heart scattered the rolling dust, fell into his hand, and then he stored it in his storage bag. The 4 ninth-layer Unification Realm Great Cultivators guarding the edges of the Million Ephemera sect followers saw the situation was dire and immediately fled in different directions. Guan raised his hand, pointing 4 times. Breaking path divine light. 4 radiant beams shot out like falling stars. The gazes and divine senses of the million followers couldn't capture their trajectories, but everyone felt those 4 were doomed. The world fell into silence. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion has such a figure, Jiang Lang murmured. He was still in shock. Jiang Qiong was equally frightened. She was secretly glad she hadn't caused trouble in the Thousand Autumn Pavilion earlier. Sequential alerts appeared before Guan. He released the Cyan sword shadow in his right hand, pointing the sword tip at the ephemera tree. Feeling the threat, the ephemera tree trembled, releasing the corpses as the vines floated upwards. Under the watch of the million followers of the ephemera sect, a terrifying twisted face emerged from the main trunk of the ephemera tree. What is that? A demon tree. It really is a demon tree. That face. We were deceived. No. Impossible. A deafening uproar erupted among the million followers. Unlike Jiang Qiong, most had come this far still harboring illusions or needing to cling to hope. Rumble. The ground quaked as enormous vines burst through and struck at Guan, startling the crowd to soar into the sky, with some taking the chance to flee. Yet there were also those, including Jiang Qiong, who courageously charged into the 9 nether road. The Cyan sword shadow in Gu's palm burst forth with terrifying sword intent, descending like a divine weapon with dazzling light. That sword intent. Sword Venerable Fudao. During her flight, Jiang Qiong looked up at Guan in horror. Sword Venerable Fudao was that powerful. The Cyan sword shadow, carrying the sword intent of the Taicang Divine shocking sword, fell. Cultivators barely lifted off, were unable to flee the battlefield before the Cyan sword shadow descended on the ephemera tree. This time the sword intent was overwhelming, forcefully suppressing the ephemera tree, reducing it to ashes from top to bottom. The sword shadow hit the ground, shattering it, creating faults spreading rapidly in all directions, resembling an expanding spider web from the sky. Guan watched Jiang Qiong escape into the 9 nether road without stopping her. After today, Jiang Qiong would struggle to survive even if she stayed. He sensed dozens of Unification Realm auras rapidly approaching from a distance and immediately vanished. As for the million followers, Guan had considered slaughtering them but feared many, like Yang Ni and Li Ye, had been deceived or forced into the sect, making causality too complex, and he feared killing innocents. Wanton slaughter would be no different from the ephemera sect. He didn't want to be seen as a great demon and later besieged by all. Yet even so, his earlier sword had still killed many cultivators. That was not Gu An's concern. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Not killing them all was his way of exercising benevolence. Alert after alert appeared madly before Guan, who vanished from the spot. The ground continued to crack, dust rolling into the sky, billowing and vast. Jihantian and the others rushed in from afar. The wind mixed with dust blew in their faces, and their divine senses had already detected the destruction of the ephemera tree. Haha, our supreme sect's sword Venerable Fudao has taken action. Jihantian couldn't help but laugh loudly, boasting of sword Venerable Fudao's strength. Another supreme sect's cultivator? The sect leaders were moved. The previous sword intent had frightened them, making them feel it was impossible to reach such a height in a lifetime of cultivation. After the ephemera sect's destruction, they had to reassess the F. Chapter 119. Sword Venerable's Prestige. Lu Lingjun's guest Guan walked into Mystic Valley, scanning the disciples' cultivation along the way. He spotted Chu Jingfeng meditating under a tree with a wooden sword standing before him. He suddenly became interested and turned around to walk over. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Guan asked curiously. Chu Jingfeng opened his eyes and replied, I'm contemplating my swordsmanship, trying to create a new sword technique. Creating a sword technique? That's amazing. Why are you using a wooden sword? If you need a real sword you can ask me. Guan praised him and then took out a treasure sword from his storage bag. Chu Jingfeng's storage bag had long been confiscated, and the spirit stones he earned doing odd jobs were kept in his house. Facing the gift of the sword, Chu Jingfeng shook his head and said, "No need. I want to comprehend pure swordsmanship, deriving it from the heart rather than from the sword itself." Sounded quite profound. Guan put away the sword and said with a smile, "If you need anything, just come to me anytime." After speaking, he headed towards his attic. Chu Jingfeng watched Guan's back, sensing his joyful mood. Though he is weak, he is always cheerful. Chu Jingfeng watched Guan's back silhouette silently, feeling a tinge of envy in his heart. Born into a wealthy family, he ended up imprisoned due to the family's power struggle. If he had the choice, he would prefer starting as a servant disciple to avoid heavy burdens. Chu Jingfeng stopped thinking about it and resumed his sword enlightenment. After cultivating Daoist expansion skill, his cultivation level couldn't increase. He was too lazy to practice other spells, deciding to focus solely on sword enlightenment. Just like that mad swordsman Han Ming of Great Yu, who after attaining sword enlightenment became unstoppable. Elsewhere, back in his attic, Guan sat at his desk and brought up his attribute panel. His lifespan had skyrocketed by more than 300,000 years. This meant that during the extermination of the ephemera tree, he had killed thousands of ephemera sect cultivators. Guan suddenly understood why there were so many demon cultivators. He tried hard to calm his emotions and maintain his original heart, not falling into the demon path. It's still better to grow flowers and herbs. The lifespan provided by Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators is equivalent to that of fifth-tier medicinal herbs. For him, the benefits of killing enemies were not much different from harvesting herbs and might even invite potential trouble. Guan took out the Green Hero Travelogue to shift his attention. Soon he immersed himself in the love and grudges between the Green Hero and his beloved. Meanwhile, in the dustless wasteland, many cultivators flew through the air. Some were arriving, others were escorting ephemera sect cultivators away. On a cliff, Jihan Tian stood behind an elder in a white robe, respectfully recounting the earlier battle. "That's how it happened, elder. It was all thanks to Sword Venerable Fudao. Who exactly is he among the supreme elders?" The Mystic Heart Realm great cultivator had no way to resist him. Jihan Tian asked, trying hard to suppress his excitement. The intervention of Sword Venerable Fudao had thrilled him greatly and made him proud. Recalling the shocked expressions of other sect leaders, he felt immensely satisfied. The elder standing before him, who had just returned, was Supreme Elder Xian Quan. Supreme Elder Xian Quan remained silent, closing his eyes as well. Jihan Tian did not disturb him, thinking that the Supreme Elder was contemplating who Sword Venerable Fudao might be. Little did he know, Supreme Elder Xian Quan was deeply shocked inside. Which Supreme Elder in the Supreme Sect was this powerful? However, he had heard stories of Sword Venerable Fudao upon his return, which at least suggested the other party's heart was aligned with the Supreme Sect, most likely being a member though not a Supreme Elder. He had encountered similar situations overseas, where extraordinary talents would emerge in those super sects, stepping forward during the sect's crisis. This was known as the sect's great fortune. Could it be that the Supreme Sect also had such great fortune? Supreme Elder Xian Quan slowly opened his eyes and said, "Sword Venerable Fudao hides his identity because he doesn't want to be disturbed. The more this is the case, the less we should probe into his identity. We should even find ways to protect his information. But his achievements must be widely publicized to strengthen his sense of belonging to the Supreme Sect. Otherwise, over time he may leave, feeling that the Supreme Sect has no benefits for him and only drags him down." "Elder, I think the same. I've already sent a message to the sect leader, asking him to publicize this matter," Jihan Tian said with a smile. The Supreme Sect had survived another catastrophe. According to ancient laws, it would rise triumphantly after a disaster. "Go about your business. I'll check the entrance to 9 Nether Road. Perhaps this path could become an opportunity for the Supreme Sect." After saying this, Supreme Elder Xian Quan vanished into thin air. Jihan Tian turned around and left, preparing to discuss with other sects how to handle 9 Nether Road. As the year's end approached, Guan went to the outer gate city to find Wu Ju, bringing wine and roasted chicken. Seeing him, Wu Ju was delighted, pulling him inside. After closing the door, Wu Ju excitedly said, "Brother Gu, why are you here?" This was the first time anyone had voluntarily visited him, How could he not be happy? Just to see you, fearing you might be bored. Guan replied with a smile, though he truly wanted to see if Wuju had had any further enlightenment. Unfortunately, he had not. Guan wished to witness Wuju's continuous enlightenment, surpassing the Supreme Sect's geniuses. For him, enlightenment was optional. After all, he could increase his lifespan through other means. He considered enlightenment out of boredom and to see if he could find a way to help extend the lifespan of those around him. So far, enlightenment seemed quite difficult, not achievable merely through deep experiences or rich emotions. Wuju placed bowls and chopsticks on the table, while Guan set down the wine and roasted chicken, observing the room and noting no changes. Wuju's cultivation had risen from Foundation Establishment Realm 2nd layer at the end of his enlightenment to Foundation Establishment Realm 4th layer. How long had it been? His talent seemed higher than that limited by extreme longevity. Judging by his living environment, it appeared Wuju had not sought another master. By the way, have you heard about Sword Venerable Fudeo's deeds? He single-handedly defeated the Ephemera sect, unbelievably. Thousands of fellow sects couldn't vanquish that demon, but he killed it in 2 moves. He's even more impressive than Guyu from the Supreme Immortal Venerable. While pouring wine for Guan, Wuju said with a smile. The Supreme Sect was already abuzz with Sword Venerable Fudeo's legend, and not just Wuju, servant disciples from the 3rd Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley were discussing it. Visiting Tianyao Valley a few days ago, Luo Hun had also inquired about this. Of course, I've heard, truly impressive. I wonder what he's like in person, Guan said with a laugh. The two began discussing Sword Venerable Fudao, toasting back and forth, quickly finishing a jar of wine. Wuju pulled out a secret book from his pocket, saying, "Brother Gu, this is a fist technique I exchanged for all my savings. Take a look and practice it when you get home." Guan hurriedly refused. "How can I accept this? No, I can't take advantage of you." "What do you mean, take advantage? You're my only friend and learning some combat techniques is never a bad thing. I've come to realize that the immortal cultivation world is rarely peaceful for decades, with conflicts between righteous and demonic paths erupting frequently," Wuju said earnestly. Hearing this, Guan had no choice but to accept. He began to read through the fist technique. Sunset Fist. After a quick look, Guan memorized it all and returned the secret book to Wuju. Wuju was stunned, asking, "So quickly? You don't like it?" Guan replied, "I'm not fond of fighting. This fist technique is too aggressive for me." Wuju smiled wryly. "When cultivators fight, it's a matter of life and death unless you stay in the Supreme Sect forever." "Haha, I really want to stay here forever." "Fine then." Not wanting to take advantage of him, Guan took out a swordsmanship book, saying, "I have a sword technique here, would you like to see?" "No need. Though I respect Sword Venerable Fudao, I don't like using swords. Or rather, I don't like using magic artifacts in battle. I only trust my fists and feet." Wuju waved his hand, displaying his muscular arm. Guan chuckled and took out the Gale Shadowless Leg secret book, saying, "How about this one?" Wuju glanced at it, instantly unable to look away. "It sounds impressive, must be valuable?" "No worries, take it. If you become important in the Supreme Sect one day, don't forget about me," Guan said. Hearing this, Wuju hesitated no longer, eagerly taking the book and reading it intently. Guan picked up his wine bowl, gazing at the focused Wuju. Who could imagine his demeanor 1,000 years from now? With the arrival of spring, the snow season extended, not ceasing even by the time of the spring festival. The 3rd Medicine Valley became lively, with the attic area adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. The disciples were busy, their faces beaming with smiles. Guan sat at a long table in the courtyard, watching the bustling disciples with a smile. Having many people was good, no need for him to toil. Guan glanced at Lu Lingjun, who was making paper cuts among the female disciples, looking virtuous and gentle, contrasting her Unification Realm 9th layer cultivation level. Xiaochuan approached excitedly. "Senior brother, they're building a statue of Sword Venerable Fudao next to the Heavenly Repair platform. It's grand. You must see it next time you go." He had also started cultivating the Daoist expansion skill, though less enthusiastically than Chu Jingfeng or Lu Jujia. He had accepted his aptitude and enjoyed life honestly. Guan could only respect this, as forcing cultivation was not possible. Besides, practicing the skill seriously only delayed aging, not prevented it. Is that so? I should indeed take a look. Guan raised his eyebrows and smiled. The Supreme Sect's attitude pleased him, giving him due respect. Xiaochuan continued narrating changes in the outer gate as Guan sensed LV Baitian flying over. Soon LV Baitian landed. Xiaochuan immediately got up and left, not daring to intrude. Let's talk inside, LV Baitian said, making his way into the attic. Lu Lingjun glanced over, curious. What was Gu An's true identity? Why did this Unification Realm 9th layer great cultivator constantly seek him? Could Guan be hiding his cultivation not as weak as he appeared? These thoughts swirled in Lu Lingjun's mind, urging her to find an opportunity to talk with Xiaochuan. Meanwhile, inside, Guan shut the door and LV Baitian placed a restriction, then sat down asking, "There's a great opportunity, do you want it?" Chapter 120 Sword Intent shocks the sect. No. Guan refused outright, thinking, how could the Supreme Sect have any opportunities after just experiencing a calamity? LV Baitian was stunned for a moment, not expecting such a blunt refusal. Instantly annoyed, he said, "You brat, I haven't even told you what the opportunity is." Guan sat down and said, "I won't be the sect leader, I won't write books, and I won't entertain disturbances from the holy sons or holy daughters anymore." LV Baitian laughed in anger after hearing that. "In your eyes, am I that kind of person? I just don't want trouble. Did I wrong you? If so, I apologize." Guan said seriously. LV Baitian's face froze, then he gave a faux cough and said, "Naturally you have wronged me. I came to find you for other matters." "What matters?" "You must have heard of the 9 Nether Road. It has now been sealed off by the 9 dynasties working together, with each sect sending cultivators to guard it. Even the main lineage of the Ephemera sect would find it hard to shake. Now the sects of the 9 dynasties are leading disciples to train on the 9 Nether Road, where demons roam freely. You can kill demons and seize treasures. Moreover, the spiritual energy is rich, making it suitable for cultivation." LV Baitian spoke slowly, which indeed surprised Guan. He hadn't expected the 9 Nether Road to be turned into a training ground like a secret realm. Guan asked, "Isn't the 9 Nether Road supposed to be dangerous?" "It is dangerous, so great cultivators will lead the disciples for training. I want to give you a spot so that when you enter the 9 Nether Road, someone will protect your life. You can cultivate, kill demons, or search for treasures. No matter what you do, someone will have your back. Isn't that a great opportunity? Furthermore, the Supreme Sect plans to build a city inside the 9 Nether Road for disciples to rest and cultivate." LV Baitian spoke passionately, full of ambition. He believed that if he developed the 9 Nether Road well, the Supreme Sect would soar to new heights, possibly entering its most prosperous period ever, and his status in the sect's history would rise accordingly. Guan listened carefully and thought it indeed seemed feasible. LV Baitian seemed intent on changing a long-standing trend where cultivators would leave the 9 dynasties' lands after reaching the Unification Realm to seek opportunities elsewhere. LV Baitian wanted to enhance the foundation of the Supreme Sect, making it stronger so future disciples wouldn't need to venture out for opportunities. The 9 Nether Road was his first step. He also planned to establish a sea route, led by the newly returned elder Xian Quan. He spoke more and more passionately, almost declaring his intention to unify the continent. Guan listened with great interest, admiring LV Baitian's vision. The stronger the Supreme Sect, the better it would be for him to benefit from its shade. After a long while, LV Baitian finally ended his endless speech and looked at Guan, asking, "So will you go?" Guan shook his head and said, "I won't go. I need to stay and look after the Medicine Valley. Someone else can look after it as well." "No, I can't relax. Honestly, I'm scared. I always feel the 9 Nether Road is very dangerous and my combat ability is weak. I won't go." "How about this, I give my spot to someone else, is that okay?" "You don't want to go, yet you want to give away your spot?" "I have contributed to the Supreme Sect too. This huge Medicine Valley, I didn't embezzle anything. Shouldn't you reward me?" Looking at Guan's righteous look, LV Baitian shook his head and smiled. After thinking about it, he still agreed to Guan's request. Giving the spot to someone close to Guan would still increase Guan's sense of belonging to the Supreme Sect. LV Baitian didn't believe he couldn't hand off the sect leader position. He was determined to give it to Guan. In the long run, Guan would eventually accept it. Thinking of this, LV Baitian smiled, filled with anticipation. How do you think the supreme sect can become the #1 sect of the 9 dynasties? Baiyin suddenly asked, wanting to test Guan while guiding him toward the mindset of a sect leader. Guan answered directly, using force won't work. It easily accumulates hatred. We can use cultural infiltration. Just like the previous Outer Sect conference, the Supreme Sect could host various conferences in the future, such as formation, alchemy, sword competition, talisman crafting, etc. We should strive to make the Supreme Sect hold grand events that attract the attention of the 9 dynasties every few years. The initial investment might be huge, but once people get used to it, they will gradually recognize the Supreme Sect as the orthodox sect. Imagine if you just stepped onto the path of the sword cultivator and heard that the Supreme Sect sword competition was a must-attend event, an opportunity to make a name for oneself. You would subconsciously think that the Supreme Sect holds a high position in the sword Tao. When people frequently mention the Supreme Sect, or when the Supreme Sect becomes the most frequently mentioned sect by the populace, the Supreme Sect won't be far from becoming the greatest sect. Of course, the sect's own strength is the most important. Guan spoke eloquently. After hearing Baitin's long talk, he decided to pontificate. Baitin soon became absorbed in listening, and seeing him paying close attention, Guan became even more enthusiastic discussing the details. It couldn't just be competitions of strength. It would be best to have other competitions of skills. These events could be held in different outer sect and inner sect cities, driving the economic development of these cities. He even proposed establishing various societies among the disciples, such as the Elixir Society and Swordsman Society, to facilitate disciple exchanges and allow disciples with leadership skills to hone their abilities. Baitin was astonished. This boy writing Investiture of the Gods wasn't a coincidence. He truly had great talent inside. After Guan finished speaking, Baitin drank a bowl of tea in one go, feeling invigorated. Baitin looked at him intently and said, "And you say you're not fit to be the sect leader?" Guan waved and said, "I don't have the qualifications to be the sect leader. I don't have an illustrious background, nor do I have the courage or boldness to implement grand plans. At most, I can offer some advice. Execution is the hardest part. Guan would never be sect leader." Baitin smiled and then began to ask questions about the strategies Guan had just mentioned, with Guan patiently answering. An hour passed before they both walked out of the pavilion. Baitin followed Guan, still savoring Guan's ideas. As soon as they went downstairs, he bid farewell, saying he wasn't in the mood for festivities. Guan didn't try to persuade him to stay. Without Baitin around, the festive atmosphere in the Third Medicine Valley became even more relaxed. After the new year, the matter of training on the 9 Nether Road quickly spread throughout the Supreme Sect. Treasures, heavenly materials, demon cores, spiritual energy, all kinds of benefits of the 9 Nether Road began to spread wildly. It was obvious that Baitin, heeding Guan's advice, focused on publicizing the specific benefits of the opportunities, stirring up the enthusiasm of the disciples and enhancing their sense of belonging to the sect. In the Law Enforcement Hall, Yilan was summoned to meet with the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall smiled and said, "Yilan, the higher-ups have assigned you a spot for the 9 Nether Road. You're quite impressive. Don't worry, the Law Enforcement Hall won't mistreat you. We will help you better enter the 9 Nether Road." Yilan froze. The 9 Nether Road? The first person she thought of was Guan. Even though she had been rooted in the Law Enforcement Hall for years, opportunities like the 9 Nether Road were far beyond her reach. She had heard that the first batch of spots for the 9 Nether Road was limited to only 200, and the outer sect hardly had any chance. The corners of Yilan's mouth lifted. She felt no burden about being taken care of by Guan, only surprise and sweetness. "Senior brother, it seems you still have me in your heart even if you are stubborn with words." Yilan understood Guan's thoughts. Romantic relationships could indeed hinder cultivation. Precisely because of this, she wanted to seize every opportunity to become stronger, proving her determination to her senior brother. Winter passed and spring came, bringing the awakening of all things. Time reached early March. In the Third Medicine Valley, Guan squatted by the Heavenly Spirit Pond formed by Heavenly Spirit water. He had just released a batch of carp into it and was watching them swim freely to see if they could absorb the spiritual energy of the pond. Lu Lingjun stood beside him and said, If raised like this, they might develop spiritual wisdom. Will the heavenly spirit water continue to expand? Guan asked curiously. Lu Lingjun replied, with the amount of water I have given you, it should reach a diameter of 10 zhang. Hearing this, Guan thought it was a bit small. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly a sword intent came from afar, alarming the sky. Lu Lingjun's expression changed slightly. She turned her head, frowning. Guan looked up and saw thunderclouds rapidly rolling in the sky, heading towards the inner sect. The sword intent of the Taicang Divine shocking sword. Guan could feel Enhao's presence. Good boy, he's already mastered the sword intent of the Taicang Divine shocking sword so quickly. Guan felt both gratified and a bit shocked. Enhao's talent was truly extraordinary. Lu Lingjun said in surprise, this sword intent is similar to that left by Sword Venerable Fudao on the Heavenly Repair platform, but it's far less grand. Could it be that a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao has initially mastered the Sword Dao? Guan asked curiously, a disciple? How can you tell so clearly? I can't even feel it. Lu Lingjun remained calm, saying, perhaps I've seen others cultivate sword intent. Having been a servant disciple for so long, she already understood the supreme sect and was ready to move up. To increase her status, her cultivation was naturally key. She didn't plan to start as an outer disciple but wanted to be introduced by Guan. Meanwhile, amidst clouds and mist, a mountain peak protruded through the sea of clouds, looking like an immortal realm. Alone at the mountain top, Enhao was meditating. Enhao's white robes fluttered wildly, and in front of him, a sword shadow condensed, exuding an ancient aura. Figures appeared out of thin air around him. Alvi Baiyan and Elder Xianquan had also arrived. Elder Guzong looked at Enhao, astonished, and said, this sword intent is, another elder said in a deep voice, the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao. Did he gain insight from the Heavenly Repair platform? No, just relying on the Heavenly Repair platform isn't enough. He must have inherited Sword Venerable Fudao's legacy. A female elder said in a deep voice. So he is a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao? No wonder such a genius would voluntarily join the Supreme Sect without any background. It turns out Sword Venerable Fudao helped us nurture the disciple, Elder Guzong remarked. Alvi Baiyan kept his eyes fixed on Enhao, his gaze flickering. Elder Xianquan stroked his beard and said, such domineering sword intent, it could be recognized as the foremost sword Dao of the Taicang dynasty. His comment made the elders even more excited, and they began discussing Enhao's background and talent. Elder Xianquan, meanwhile, waved his sleeve and flags flew out from it, surrounding Enhao. The flags started to gather nature's spiritual energy, pouring it into Enhao's body. Chapter 121. The Battle of the Worlds. Number 1. Enhao's Taicang Divine shocking sword intent shook the entire Supreme Sect, causing countless disciples to discuss it fervently. The sword intent lingered for several hours before it dissipated. In the following days, various rumors emerged. The only certainty was that the pressure came from a sword intent, which led to an increasing number of sword cultivators gathering at the Heavenly Repair platform. Gu An's days had been quite peaceful. He moved between the 3 medicine valleys, occasionally visiting the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion at night, and spent the rest of the time enjoying life. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Guan turned 62 years old. The news of Sword Venerable Fudao's eradication of the ephemera sect demons had just truly spread throughout the immortal cultivation world. Guan often heard people in the outer sect talking about it, and Sword Venerable Fudao had already earned the reputation of being the foremost sword cultivator of the Taicang dynasty. Some even thought he was the best in the world. That day at noon, Guan stood at the edge of the Heavenly Repair platform, looking at the 100-foot-tall stone statue ahead, feeling pleased. This 100-foot-tall stone statue was the divine statue of Sword Venerable Fudao, crafted in the posture of Guan performing his 9 extremes yin-yang body. The demonic qi around him was sculpted into an aura. The statue had one hand pointing diagonally and the other holding a sword, exuding an imposing air. At this moment, it wasn't just Guan who was observing the divine statue of the Sword Venerable. There were also over a dozen others gazing up, each discussing among themselves. Listening to their words of admiration for Sword Venerable Fudao, Guan felt even more delighted. Fame across the world, who wouldn't want that? Guan wanted it too, but he feared others discovering his life-stealing ability, so he kept a low profile. However, being able to make a name for himself under another identity still satisfied his vanity. Sword Venerable Fudao may indeed be the foremost sword cultivator of the Taicang dynasty, but he is not necessarily the best in the world. A voice drew Gu Anna's attention as well as the gaze of many disciples around. The speaker was a man in blue attire, holding a folding fan. With an elegant demeanor and a handsome, calm face, it was as if the outrageous words just now hadn't come from his mouth. A burly inner sect disciple looked at the man in blue and said in a deep voice, "Oh? Then pray tell who is the best sword cultivator in the world." By now, Sword Venerable Fudao was the pride of all Supreme Sect disciples, and they wouldn't tolerate any questioning. The man in blue responded, "In the westernmost land within Tianwei, there is a sword cultivator called Daoist Tianjian. 700 years ago he was the foremost sword cultivator of Tianwei. He later retreated into the deep mountains focusing solely on sword enlightenment. Not long ago, a sword intent erupted in Tianwei, proving he is still alive. If not for Sword Venerable Fudao's swift action, it would have been this senior who ended the ephemera sect." Tianwei, one of the 9 dynasties located at the far west, constantly plagued by demons, yet its territory was even more extensive than Taicang, a testament to Tianwei's might. Guan sensed that this person's cultivation level was hidden. On the surface he appeared to be at the core formation realm, but had actually reached the divinity transformation realm. He cast a lifespan detection. Xianxia Divinity Transformation Second Level 289/800/1300, Concealed Cultivation, and boasting of Tianwei cultivators, this rascal must not be a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Guan remained silent, watching as the surrounding disciples verbally attacked Xianxia. Xianxia remained indifferent, facing the insults and slanders with calmness. Daoist Tianjian was indeed formidable and once renowned throughout the world. But that's ancient history. As a prince of the Tianwei imperial family, possessing the fire god blood lineage, to speak so recklessly within the Supreme Sect, are you inciting a war? A voice came and everyone turned to see the mad swordsman of Great Yu Han Ming striding forward. Xianxia turned back, raised his hand in salute and said, "So it's the mad swordsman, senior. I've heard you've been in the Supreme Sect for many years. Are you planning to join the Supreme Sect?" He smiled gently, but his words were uncomfortable. "Humph, boy, if not for the favor your father, the Emperor, granted me, you'd be a corpse now. Do you think your divinity transformation realm cultivation can withstand my sword?" Han Ming snorted coldly. Divinity transformation realm. Upon hearing this, the disciples who had previously insulted Xianxia all turned pale and retreated. Since that's the case, there's no need to pretend anymore. Xianxia smiled, then looked around and shouted, "I am a disciple of Daoist Tianjian, a prince of the Tianwei dynasty Xianxia. Today I am here on behalf of my master to issue a challenge. In 3 months, my master will personally arrive at the heavenly repair platform to seek instruction in swordsmanship from Sword Venerable Fudao." His voice echoed beneath the sky, audible to the entire city. Someone wanted to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao? Han Ming smiled. He was the first sword cultivator to seek instruction from Sword Venerable Fudao, reminding him, "The ephemera sect has great cultivators beyond the unification realm. Does your master have such a level?" Xianxia closed his fan and smiled. "Of course, originally my father, the Emperor, was going to ask him to deal with the ephemera sect. Unfortunately, he was a step too late." His tone was arrogant, as if Daoist Tianjian's victory over Sword Venerable Fudao was assured, further displeasing the Supreme Sect disciples. An elder appeared beside Xianxia out of thin air, said a few words using sound transmission skill, causing Xianxia's face to change slightly. He snorted, "Let's go. Anyway, the challenge has been issued. Whether or not Sword Venerable Fudao accepts it is his business." He then left with the elder. Guan watched his departing figure, growing cautious. Sword Venerable Fudao had just thwarted the ephemera sect's conspiracy and was at the height of his fame. For someone to dare step forward now, they must be very capable. Guan didn't dwell on it and turned to leave the heavenly repair platform, intending to check on Wuju. A month ago, Wuju's maximum lifespan had increased again, making Guan even more interested in him and curious about the potential limit of his lifespan. Third Medicine Valley inside a loft. LV Baitin scoffed, "Tianwei is quite ambitious, wanting to suppress the Supreme Sect to seize control over the Nine Nether Road. Though strong, Daoist Tianjian is courting death by coming to the supreme sect. A month had passed since Xianxia issued his challenge, and the upcoming duel had spread throughout the Taicang Immortal cultivation world. Cultivators from various sects and regions were flocking to watch. LV Baiyan seized the opportunity to promote the Golden List in various cities. The so-called Golden List was a ranking of the world's most talented individuals under the age of 500, encompassing the 9 dynasties. Caused quite a stir. Guan worriedly asked, "Will there be internal strife among the sects of the 9 dynasties?" "You can rest assured the demon calamity is imminent and no one dares to act recklessly. Furthermore, the main lineage of the Ephemera sect may cause chaos on the 9 Nether Road. At that time the sects of the 9 dynasties must unite. Otherwise, one-on-one, none can guarantee the defeat of the main lineage of the Ephemera sect. That's precisely why Tianwei asked Daoist Tianjian to act, in the name of sparring to suppress us." LV Baiyan waved dismissively. Guan asked again, "If Sword Venerable Fudao kills Daoist Tianjian, won't it trigger a war?" Just when Han Ming had come, now another one. Guan couldn't tolerate it. This time he needed to strike, preventing such troubles from arising continuously. Naturally not. If even Daoist Tianjian is dead, Tianwei will only be more wary of the supreme sect. It's best if Sword Venerable Fudao slays Daoist Tianjian. LV Baiyan snorted, a fierce look on his face. Guan suddenly remembered that this guy had once been impeached by the Hall of Elders due to his tyrannical behavior. LV Baiyan's tone shifted. "And how is a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao? Do you think his appearance in front of me is a reminder from the Sword Venerable?" "A reminder of what?" "A reminder that my position as sect leader is unstable." LV Baiyan's eyes turned deep and his tone became elusive, making it unclear what he was thinking. Guan couldn't help but laugh and said, "If that's the case, hasn't Chu Tianqi already perished?" LV Baiyan asked, "Do you think he hasn't? And how is exceptionally talented and must be favored by Sword Venerable Fudao? If it were you, would you send your most beloved disciple to a rival to become a sword?" Guan felt LV Baiyan was getting delusional. "You have a point." LV Baiyan smiled. Seeing his smile, Guan's heart skipped a beat. Wait, why was he asking him? LV Baiyan continued, "And Hao's talent is so strong that once he fully grows, it will be easy for him to earn the respect of the entire supreme sect, just like that true inheritor. Kid, if you don't become sect leader, the position will be his." "Wouldn't that be better? I don't want to be sect leader anyway." Guan shook his head and LV Baiyan smiled, saying no more. Then Guan inquired about Yilan's situation. The first group to venture into the 9 Nether Road had already set off. LV Baiyan reassured, "Don't worry, I personally instructed the leading elder to take care of her." With the Qinghong sword, Guan could always sense Yilan's situation. However, he would only intervene in her moments of peril. Normally, he didn't want her to be neglected or bullied. The two chatted a while longer. Before leaving, LV Baiyan left a book. After LV Baiyan left, Guan picked it up to read. Defying Fate Divine Skill. At dusk, Liya, carrying the North Sea heavy sword, walked to the edge of the heavenly repair platform, gazing at the divine statue of Sword Venerable Fudao with barely hidden excitement in his eyes. Ancestor, the primordial ancestor is indeed Sword Venerable Fudao. Liya screamed in his heart. The ancestor was also shocked, sighing, "I thought he was the demon of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion?" I told you our primordial ancestor can't possibly be a demon cultivator." Liya was overjoyed. On his way here he had already learned about Daoist Tianjian's challenge, so he came to the heavenly repair platform to admire the image of Sword Venerable Fudao, discovering that he was indeed the primordial ancestor of the Li family. He began to look forward to the upcoming duel. "Why don't you go see your junior brother Gu?" the old ancestor's voice teased. Liya replied in his mind, "I won't disturb him. My recent experiences aren't worth sharing. I'll wait until I've mastered the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword. Besides, the Supreme Sect is about to launch the Golden List. I must make a name for myself in the Golden List ceremony." His tone was full of confidence. After consuming the Dragon Image Divine Primordial and learning the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword, his confidence had soared. 7 steps away, a figure approached, also starting to gaze up at the divine statue of Sword Venerable Fudao. "Wu Ju." He looked at the divine statue of Sword Venerable Fudao, his eyes filled with sorrow. Master, you always respected Sword Venerable Fudao. It's a pity you can't witness the upcoming duel. Wu Ju thought silently, contemplating deeply. Gradually he began to enlighten the path. Liya, after watching for a while, turned to leave. Wait, the old ancestor's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 122, The Real Taicang Divine Shocking Sword. What's wrong? Liya asked in his mind, puzzled. He couldn't wait to return to the inner sex cave, to cultivate properly and then become famous throughout the world. The voice of the ancestor rang out. Look at the person next to you, he's actually gaining enlightenment. His tone was heavy, even carrying a hint of shock. Gaining enlightenment? Liya was confused, unable to stop himself from turning his head to look. His gaze quickly fell on Wu Ju. Wu Ju appeared very out of it, starkly different from the energetic disciples of the supreme sect around him. Was he gaining enlightenment? What kind of enlightenment? Thinking about a cultivation technique? Liya asked in his heart. The ancestor replied, gaining enlightenment is a special state, something one can encounter but not seek. During the process of gaining enlightenment, one can feel the heaven and earth true meaning, which leads to a transformation in both comprehension and physical aptitude. Those who can gain enlightenment, even if only once, can defy fate and rewrite their destiny. Even I have never gained enlightenment. I have only seen a friend of mine who had. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly be one of the top experts in the 9 dynasties of the immortal cultivation world. So amazing. Liya examined Wu Ju carefully but couldn't see how Wu Ju was different. He looked quite ordinary, even less impressive than his junior brother Gu. At least his junior brother Gu was handsome and easily likable. The supreme sect truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. Not to mention Zhou Xian and Ji Xiaoyu, the cultivation speed of Anhao is unprecedented in history. Anyway, I've never heard of such a prodigious talent before. Now you encounter someone gaining enlightenment. The younger they are when they gain enlightenment, the greater their potential. This boy looks about your age, in the future he will probably soar to great heights. The fortune of the supreme sect is unstoppable. The ancestor's tone was filled with emotion. He also felt pressured. Remembering his promises to Liya, he was filled with shame. He had promised to help Liya ascend to the peak of immortal cultivation and become #1 in the world. But seeing Zhou Xian and Ji Xiaoyu and hearing the legends of Anhao, he felt the pressure. The talent of these 3 was too exaggerated and their backgrounds far surpassed Liya's. The ancestor thought he couldn't provide Liya with an advantage in cultivation resources. It's a good thing that the supreme sect is so powerful. With rivals, I have something to look forward to, Liya thought confidently, leaving the ancestor unsure of how to respond. After a long time, the ancestor finally spoke. Just stay nearby. When he wakes up, ask him if he has a master. If not, accept him for me. Huh. I accept him as a disciple? Of course not, he will be my disciple. What do you mean? If he is your disciple, isn't he my ancestor? Be content. Without my help, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to compete with such a genius. The ancestor said rudely. Although Liya was annoyed, he didn't argue back. He began to wait while contemplating the sword intent of the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword. He waited for an entire night. The next morning Wu Ju finally woke up. He had gained enlightenment more than once, so his expression remained calm. He turned to leave but Liya stopped him. Brother, do you have a master? Liya asked directly. Wu Ju's eyes flashed with coldness. He bypassed Liya and walked toward the stage. Liya blocked him again, which made Wu Ju furious. He raised his hand to push Liya away. Liya's physical body was strong. He was not afraid of this foundation establishment realm cultivator. Wu Ju's right hand pressed against Liya's shoulder. Feeling the strength of his opponent, he clenched his fist and pushed hard. Liya was caught off guard and was pushed back 2 steps. Before he could react, Wu Ju controlled his sword and flew away, making it difficult for Liya to chase him since causing trouble in the city was prohibited. How is this possible? Such great strength. Liya was shocked and bewildered. The ancestor sighed in his heart. It's a pity, don't chase him. Avoid making enemies. Liya lost his smile. As a core formation realm cultivator, he had been pushed away by a foundation establishment realm cultivator. He had taken the dragon image divine primordial, a treasure pursued by the demon clan. It was too humiliating. No way. I'm still not strong enough. Liya clenched his fists, his arrogance disappearing. In autumn, the outer gate city became bustling with activity. Guan and Wuju gathered in an inn, drinking and chatting, waiting for the upcoming battle. Wuju was complaining to Guan about meeting Liya last month. At the mention of Liya, he became furious, feeling that Liya had insulted him. Guan nodded after listening, saying, "Indeed, it's quite odd. Asking such a question out of nowhere, never mind. Don't think about him, he is just a passerby in your life. You will become a genius eventually, why bother with such a small role?" Although the person Wuju spoke of was a bit despicable, Guan thought it wasn't worth holding a grudge. Wuju didn't need to worry about such small matters. When Wuju grew up, he couldn't imagine. Would he kill anyone he disliked? He didn't want Wuju to become such a person. Wuju nodded, saying, "Naturally, I won't hold a grudge. I'm just venting to you. You are my only friend." Guan asked, "When will you reveal your talent?" The inn was crowded, most people were chatting about Sword Venerable Fudao and Daoist Tianjian, not paying attention to them. Hearing Guan's question, Wuju shook his head. "It's fine just like this." He didn't trust others, especially since there had been internal strife in the Supreme Sect before. The former sect leader even conducted a blood sacrifice on his disciples, making him wary of the Supreme Sect. Guan took a storage bag from his waist and handed it to him. Wuju was suspicious, took the storage bag and probed inside with his divine sense. His face turned pale, quickly pushing it back, saying, "Brother Gu, I can't accept this. How do you have so many?" He had always thought Guan was an ordinary, lowly disciple like him, but didn't expect Guan to have so many elixirs. Guan smiled. "I am the Valley Master of Medicine Valley. These are elixirs I have refined. Just accept them. I'm not too eager to become strong. I fear fighting the most. Growing flowers and plants is my joy, so the elixirs suit you better. When you become strong, you must protect me." "But, this is too much," Wuju hesitated. "You said I'm your only friend. Just accept it. If you feel bad, consider me your elder brother. An elder brother is like a father. As your teacher, I will take good care of you. I have plenty of elixirs." Guan made funny faces, making Wuju smile and glare at him. "I'm 2 years older than you. I should be the elder brother." "Forget it, your temperament is not as mature as mine." They began to bicker, and the smile on Wuju's face grew wider. In the end, Wuju accepted the storage bag, secretly vowing to never let anyone bully Guan in the future. They continued drinking. After 30 minutes, a loud voice echoed through the outer gate city. "I, Daoist Tianjian, have come to challenge the Sword Venerable Fudao of the Supreme Sect." As the voice fell, a vast, majestic sword intent enveloped the entire outer gate city. Wuju's expression changed immediately, turning to look. Guan had already sensed Daoist Tianjian's presence, so he remained unmoved. Daoist Tianjian was indeed very strong, even slightly stronger than the Night Cultivator Fairy of the Ephemera sect. He was estimated to have the cultivation level of the 4th or 5th layer of the Mystic Heart Realm. Reaching the Mystic Heart Realm, a small realm gap was difficult to surpass. No wonder Daoist Tianjian dared to come. Guan stood up, saying, "I just remembered I have something to do at the Elixir Hall. I need to quickly get it done so I can watch the battle between Sword Venerable Fudao and Daoist Tianjian. I'll come find you afterward." With that, he hurriedly left. Wuju didn't have time to stop him. After going downstairs, Wuju leaned out the window and shouted, "Hurry up." Guan waved without turning back and quickly disappeared around the street corner. Daoist Tianjian has come. The outer gate city stirred, with more and more cultivators flying out, searching for Daoist Tianjian's figure in the sky. At this moment, a 10-zhang tall sword, gleaming with white light, descended from the sky and hovered above the south city gate. Atop the sword's hilt stood an elder with the demeanor of an immortal, his hair white, garbed in white robes, with no sword or magic artifact in hand, his arms crossed behind him. He closed his eyes and began waiting. The news spread quickly, and disciples from all directions in Outer Gate City hurried over. LV Baiyan brought An Hao to the heavenly repair platform. Soon after, Xian Quan, Gu Zong and other high-ranking members of the Supreme Sect appeared one by one. An Hao gazed curiously at Daoist Tianjian's figure. He now knew that his master was the Sword Venerable Fudao of the Supreme Sect. He came specifically to watch the fight, believing his master to be invincible, so he wasn't worried about his master losing. He just wanted to see how Daoist Tianjian would lose. Xianquan stroked his beard, feeling emotional. Such profound sword intent and deep Dao level as formidable as ever after 1,000 years. He and Daoist Tianjian were cultivators from the same era, having witnessed Daoist Tianjian's prowess, so he didn't underestimate him. The figures on the heavenly repair platform rapidly multiplied, and the vast platform quickly became crowded. Liya also arrived, standing on a rooftop, observing Daoist Tianjian from afar. Daoist Tianjian's aura was too overwhelming, giving people the feeling of facing an immortal descending to the mortal world, far surpassing the traveler of graceful crane. This made Liya somewhat nervous. This old guy is something else, Liya remarked in his heart. Indeed, he might be above the unification level. Daring to show up at this critical moment indicates his strong confidence. Stronger than I was in my previous life, the ancestor said gravely. Stronger than you again? Liya really wanted to retort but held back. The ancestor could hear his thoughts, causing an awkward silence between them as they waited for Sword Venerable Fudao to appear. Prince Xizha from Tianwei ascended the heavenly repair platform, smiling. Everyone watch closely. Witness the first sword of Tianwei. See what it means to be the sword immortal of mortal world. Hearing his words, the disciples of the supreme sect were displeased, but the presence of Daoist Tianjian was too strong. Under his watchful eyes, they didn't dare speak boldly. Time passed. Xinzhen also came. She stood on a rooftop, taking out a pen and paper, eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Daoist Tianjian. Meanwhile, Guan had already moved to a forest. Sitting under a tree, he pondered how to defeat Daoist Tianjian. Rarely taking action, it had to be a grand display under so many eyes. Guan looked at the leaf in his hand, then suddenly threw it to the ground, muttering, "Never mind, just let them witness the real Taicang Divine shocking sword." Chapter 123, Number 1 in the World. In the outer gate city, Daoist Tianjian stood motionless on a giant sword of white light. The autumn wind made his robe, white hair and beard flutter, making him look transcendent as if he could ascend to immortality at any moment. The eaves of every building in the city were crowded with disciples, not only of the supreme sect but also cultivators from other sects and families, all eager to see who was the greatest sword master of the time. Billowing dark clouds surged from the horizon, swiftly covering the entire city, increasing the tension. Everyone dared not speak loudly, only whispering to each other. Wuju stood on an eave facing the wind. The wind grew stronger, forcing him to cultivate energy to keep his hair from blocking his vision. What a powerful presence, truly like that of an immortal. Why hasn't Sword Venerable Fudao appeared yet? This battle can't be avoided, even the Prince of Tianwei has come to challenge us. Don't worry, the Venerable will definitely come. Even the mad swordsman of Great you had to wait for a while when he challenged him before. What's the hurry? A good show needs to be savored. Listening to the discussions around him, Wuju's eyes were filled with longing. He wondered when he would achieve such prestige. In the future he too wanted to have such a widely anticipated duel with the top experts of the time. He hoped his opponent would be Sword Venerable Fudao. Boom, the dark clouds suddenly changed and thunder roared. A majestic celestial force descended, enveloping the outer gate city. "He's here," Xianquan said softly, drawing the eyes of those around him. And Hao was particularly excited, clenching his fists. Daoist Tianjian, standing on the giant sword of white light, also opened his eyes. He looked up at the boundless thunderclouds. The thunderclouds covered the entire sky with lightning bolts like writhing dragons, making countless cultivators feel the pressure, as if a great catastrophe was impending. Thunder roared continuously and the wind howled through the heavens and earth. Daoist Tianjian stood on the hilt of his sword, his white robe flaring like white flames burning fiercely. "Sword Venerable Fudao, why do you not show yourself? Is this how the Supreme Sect treats its guests?" His voice echoed, cold and indifferent. On the heavenly repair platform, Han Ming sneered. "He didn't even get to meet Sword Venerable Fudao back then, and now you think you can? Just wait to be defeated." Xinzhen had already sketched the figure of Daoist Tianjian. She took out another sheet of paper and continued to draw, first capturing the oppressive scene of the sky filled with thunderclouds. "Face your demise with your strongest swordsmanship." A deep, hoarse voice rang out, making Li Ya and An Hao incredibly excited. It was the voice of the primordial ancestor. It was the voice of the master. All the cultivators in the city held their breath. It was the first time they had heard the voice of Sword Venerable Fudao, and they were all shocked by its domineering tone. Absolute confidence, absolute dominance. This was the Sword Venerable Fudao of the Supreme Sect. Daoist Tianjian's eyes sharpened, and a vast sword intent burst from within him, sweeping across the sky above the outer gate city, forming a vast sea of swords. The brilliant sword light, crystal-like starlight, illuminated everyone's face. At a glance, it looked like a galaxy transversing above the outer gate city, astonishing everyone. What kind of sword intent was this? Was this a realm achievable through cultivation? In the galaxy formed by the condensed sword intent, countless sword shadows began to coalesce, all pointing skyward, their edges gleaming sharply. At the same time, the thunderclouds above intensified in their churning, quickly forming a giant face, with only its facial features visible, leaving the true visage unseen. It looked like an immortal deity gazing down upon the entire outer gate city. In front of this giant face, everyone seemed insignificant, including the galaxy of sword intent created by Daoist Tianjian. Everyone's hearts raced as they looked at the massive face that occupied most of the sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of awe. Daoist Tianjian frowned, raising his right hand and placing 2 fingers to his lips. He began cultivating energy, and white flames of sword intent gathered around him, wind swirling around his body. His aura reached its peak, even startling the city's protection array to activate, forming a giant light shield to protect the entire city, with him floating just at its edge. The ground trembled, mountains swayed. The distant mystic valley was alarmed, making all the servant disciples turn their heads. Chu Jingfeng quickly reached the mountaintop, gazing afar at the rolling thunderclouds on the horizon, as if a great calamity was imminent. Not only from Mystic Valley but even from the distant Tianyao Valley, people were also alarmed. Lu Yun, meditating on the mountaintop, squinted towards the distance, his hands tightly clenched in his sleeves. At this moment, this seeker of the sword Dao felt his insignificance. On the heavenly repair platform, the Prince of Tianwei, Zhou, also became tense. Although Sword Venerable Fudao had yet to appear, the giant face in the sky was so terrifying that even he couldn't imagine what kind of power could crush the oppressive might of this giant face. Heavenly sword rise. In the still and oppressive heaven and earth, Daoist Tianjian's voice suddenly rang out, like the first ray of light piercing through chaos, invigorating everyone's spirits. Daoist Tianjian thrust his right hand towards the sky, causing countless sword shadows floating in the galaxy of sword intent to rise together, converging, grand and spectacular. At this moment, the giant face in the sky suddenly opened its third eye on its forehead. A sword light shot out from the third eye, seeming like the light of the heavenly Tao, descending with unparalleled celestial might. Boom! The 2 terrifying sword intents collided in midair, causing the world to resonate. Countless cultivators' senses trembled, their visions blurred, and various noises filled their ears. Their divine senses felt a burning sensation instinctively retreating. Mystic heart, Lv Baton muttered as he gazed up at the unparalleled battle. His face was illuminated by 2 kinds of strong light, divided into upper and lower layers. The light below was silvery white, while the light above was dimmer, yet it continually devoured the silvery white light below. Daoist Tianjian's expression changed dramatically. His opponent's sword intent far exceeded his expectations. Impossible. Could he not be of the mystic heart realm? He thought in disbelief. At this moment, the sword light from the third eye of the giant face suddenly grew stronger, shattering his sword intent and descending upon him with a speed surpassing lightning. His white hair and robe flared. He stared with wide eyes, his body turning rigid. In his pupils, a figure could be vaguely seen gazing down at him as if an immortal deity watching over an ant. In the eyes of all onlookers, Daoist Tianjian's sword intent lasted only for the span of 2 breaths before it was instantly shattered. The vast galaxy of sword lights was crushed, forming countless silver fragments floating inside and outside the city. The scene was so visually overwhelming that cultivators of all realms were moved. Xianquan's eyes widened, his heart churning with waves of shock. He had the highest realm and saw everything clearly. The gap between Sword Venerable Fudao and Daoist Tianjian was immense. Daoist Tianjian was no match for Sword Venerable Fudao at all. He could even confirm that when Sword Venerable Fudao first attacked, he deliberately held back. Otherwise, he could have killed Daoist Tianjian in an instant. Daoist Tianjian first showcased his strong sword intent to emphasize how terrifying Sword Venerable Fudao's sword was. At least Shen Quan was frightened, unable to fathom the true strength of Sword Venerable Fudao. Siege's pupils dilated, and his face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Daoist Tianjian. Before Sword Venerable Fudao acted, Daoist Tianjian was the number one in the world in his eyes. Yet this number one in the world had been defeated so utterly. The mad swordsman of Great Yu Hanming fell into a stupor. The strength demonstrated by Sword Venerable Fudao made him feel ashamed, realizing how overconfident he had been before. And Hao smiled broadly, trying to suppress his urge to cheer. Li Yi stood on the eaves, dumbstruck by what he saw. Shenzhen quickly regained her composure and swiftly sketched the scene of Daoist Tianjian's dreadful defeat. The wind howled as Daoist Tianjian fell backward. His mystic heart was shattered, and his primordial spirit was continuously breaking apart. It was hopeless, and he couldn't even speak anymore. Yet his face showed a satisfied smile. The number one sword in the world. I have witnessed it. Daoist Tianjian's eyelids grew heavier. His gaze remained fixed on the giant face in the sky. Even when he closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. With a thud, Daoist Tianjian's body fell in front of the South City Gate, stirring up a cloud of dust. The overwhelming oppressive force covering the entire world dissipated, and the giant face formed of thunderclouds in the sky vanished as well. Boom! The entire city shook. The sounds of uproar and exclamations erupted like thunder from a clear sky. Everyone became excited, the cheers, shouts, and exclamations merging into a deafening roar. By heavens! It ended with one strike? Ha, I told you Sword Venerable Fudao couldn't be defeated. The gap is too vast. Actually, Daoist Tianjian is really strong. Before Sword Venerable Fudao acted, I really thought he was the number one in the world. Yes, that vast sword intent even made my sword want to unsheath. Listening to the voices from every direction, Wuju also felt excited. It was a pity Guan wasn't around. He wouldn't be able to express his emotions alone. Just then he saw Guan leap up from the street, hurrying toward him. Seeing this, Wuju's face immediately broke into an excited smile. By heavens, did you see that just now? It was incredible. Guan hurried to Wuju, excitedly exclaiming. Wuju responded enthusiastically, I saw it. I saw it. He grabbed Guan, starting to exclaim in awe, just as excited as the others in the city. On the heavenly repair platform, LV Baitian looked at Gu Zong and instructed, increase the publicity for the Golden List Assembly. The top rank can get the Supreme Sect's secret manual of divine skills. Gu Zong nodded, unable to suppress the smile on his face. LV Baitin then turned to another elder saying, initiate the plan for the world's first sword society, start spreading the word. The top 10 in the world can observe Sword Venerable Fudao's sword intent and obtain his Sword Dao legacy. The elder nodded but suddenly thought of something, hesitating to speak. There were too many people around. Some things couldn't be asked directly. The entire Outer Gate city was even more bustling than during the New Year. Or rather, the city had never been this lively before. Stroking his beard, Shen Quan gazed out and sighed. The Supreme Sect is destined to rise. And Hao closed his eyes, carefully savoring Sword Venerable Fudao's earlier strike. Mysteriously, he seemed to grasp something, falling into deep contemplation. As if sensing something, Shen Quan suddenly turned to look at An Hao, as did everyone else. When they saw An Hao's state, they were all moved. This boy. Chapter 124, Lifespan of 2 million years. Inside the inn, Gu and Wuju finally found a seat. After sitting down, they continued to discuss the intense battle they had just witnessed. Though it was brief, it was enough to make all the spectators' blood boil with excitement. Guan smiled in agreement, feeling a slight tinge of regret. Killing Daoist Tianjian would only grant 10 years of lifespan, because Daoist Tianjian had less than 200 years left to live when he chose to take his own life. Daoist Tianjian probably reached the mystic heart realm long ago, but 700 years ago he likely realized there was no hope for his cultivation to increase further, so he secluded himself in the deep mountains. Unfortunately, after sitting for 700 years he still couldn't find the path. This time Daoist Tianjian came seeking death. Guan didn't dwell on it. His attention was soon drawn to Hao on the heavenly repair platform. Hao was actually achieving path enlightenment. The inner sect elders surrounded him, protecting him. Good lad. Guan felt comforted. The stronger Hao became, the happier he was. Hao was his true disciple. Unlike the disciples of Medicine Valley, the more powerful Hao became, the more pride Guan felt. With so many great cultivators protecting him, Guan was relieved. He withdrew his thoughts and focused on drinking and laughing with Wuju. Before long, a figure approached and sat beside Guan. She nonchalantly handed him a drawing. What do you think? How is the drawing? Xianxia asked with a smile. Guan took a careful look. In the painting, Daoist Tianjian stood with arms spread wide, enduring the sword light descending from the sky. The dark and fierce style of the painting gave a sense of tragic beauty. Not bad as expected from you, Guan praised casually. Xianxia pouted, sensing his perfunctory tone. Wuju hesitated and asked, Brother Gu, who is this? Although Xianxia wore a veil, her attire and features indicated she must be a beauty and of high status. Guan smiled and said, This lady is named Xianxia. Like me, you can address her as Ms. Shen. He then introduced Wuju to Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia's indifferent attitude, Guan reminded her, My brother here is no ordinary person. He will someday make a name for himself in the Supreme Sect. Don't talk nonsense. Wuju interrupted hastily, his face turning red. Really? Xianxia couldn't help but reassess Wuju, making him even more uncomfortable. Guan laughed, Come, let's drink and chat. In his view, Wuju was destined to showcase his talents, and Xianxia, being a holy daughter of a major sect, would eventually cross paths with him. Meeting earlier would help them look after each other in the future. Xianxia also started talking about the earlier battle, eagerly leading the conversation while Guan continued to play the role of the agreeing listener, and Wuju became increasingly ill at ease, managing only to smile politely. After 30 minutes, Xianxia stood up to leave, intending to paint more scenes of the earlier battle. After she left, Wuju finally breathed a sigh of relief. Guan teased him, Why are you so nervous? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her? Nonsense, that lady clearly has her heart set on you. As your brother, how could I have improper thoughts? I just don't know how to talk to women. You know well, you're my only friend. Wuju glared at him, quite serious. Here we go again. You're my only friend. Guan shook his head and laughed. Having one more friend means having one more path. Walking alone in the immortal cultivation world is tiring. I know, it's just that I'm not good at making friends. Then what about us? We hit it off right away. It wasn't about making friends, it was destiny. Hey you brat, you sure know how to talk to me. Guan laughed heartily. With him, Wuju was confident and not the least bit nervous. They talked until dusk before parting ways. Guan then went back to Mystic Valley to see his disciples. He noticed Chu Jingfeng sitting silently on the mountaintop and decided not to disturb him. If Chu Jingfeng could achieve path enlightenment, it would be a good thing. However, path enlightenment wasn't easy. Hao and Wuju were once in Millennium talents, not everyone could compare to them. After spending an hour in Mystic Valley, Guan visited the Third Medicine Valley. The Third Medicine Valley was much livelier than Mystic Valley, as it had 10 times the number of disciples. Guan chatted with the disciples for a while before returning to his loft, preparing to read and soothe his mind. Deep into the night, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Soon a voice came in, Valley Master, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Lingjun. He even used the sound transmission skill. Guan put down the supreme secret records in his hands, placing the investiture of the gods over it. He spoke, Come in. Lu Lingjun pushed open the door and after closing it, cast a restriction on the door. Guan was astonished, looking at Lu Lingjun in surprise. Lu Lingjun turned around, walked to the table, raised her hand in salute to Guan and said, Valley Master, I deeply apologize for hiding something from you before. Your cultivation level? Guan asked nervously. Lu Lingjun said, Truthfully, I'm at the Void Crossing Realm. Void Crossing Realm. Guan stood up abruptly. Lu Lingjun quickly said, Valley Master, I mean no harm. Listen to me first. Upon hearing this, Guan's expression changed several times before he slowly sat down. Seeing Guan sit down, Lu Lingjun smiled and said, I hid my cultivation level because I don't know much about the Taicang dynasty. I come from a very far place. While exploring a great powers cave, I encountered a mysterious formation and got transported here. Unable to find my way back, I decided to settle in the Supreme Sect. I hope the Valley Master could help introduce me. Guan asked in surprise. With your cultivation level, you can openly join the Supreme Sect. Why need my introduction? The Supreme Sect has strict rules. With my cultivation level, I can only become a guest elder, which means years of waiting. I noticed the Valley Master has connections. With your help, I could avoid decades of struggle, Lu Lingjun said seriously. As she spoke, she took out 3 bottles from her sleeve and said, "These are heavenly spirit water as a token of gratitude. I hope the Valley Master likes them." Seeing this, Gu An's expression turned stern. "This is nonsense. If you do this, it will seem as if I only helped you because of your gift. What would people think of me?" He gathered the 3 bottles in front of him. Lu Lingjun laughed and said, "How could that be? These heavenly spirit waters are only to thank the Valley Master for your care during this time." "I see. You've been thoughtful." Guan smiled with satisfaction and then motioned Lu Lingjun to sit down. He began to explain some matters to her, mainly about the structure of the Supreme Sect, pointing out the importance of family influence to avoid making enemies. Initially, Lu Lingjun didn't take it seriously, but as she listened, she realized Guan was genuinely considering her situation and she became earnest. Autumn passed and winter came, covering the 3rd Medicine Valley in snow. On this day, LV Baitin came to visit Guan. Seeing his figure, Lu Lingjun knew her opportunity had arrived. Guan didn't disappoint her. Half an hour later, Guan and LV Baitin came downstairs, and Guan waved to Lu Lingjun from afar. She quickly approached them and LV Baitin sized her up and said, "Guan has told me everything. Follow me to get your disciple token replaced." Lu Lingjun immediately thanked LV Baitin and bowed to Guan. Guan smiled and nodded, then watched them fly away. Xiaochuan came over, astonished, and asked, "Why did Lu Lingjun leave? Didn't you notice she flew very fast?" Guan asked, then turned to leave. Xiaochuan was puzzled and followed him, asking, "What do you mean? Wasn't it that elder who flew her away?" Xiaochuan. "Yes, senior brother. Sometimes having a big heart is a good thing. Keep it that way." Huh. Guan ignored Xiaochuan and walked towards the heavenly spirit pond. Watching the carp in the pond had become one of his pleasures. Earlier, LV Baitin had sought him to discuss the Golden List Conference and the world's first sword society. Not wanting to exhaust himself with future military strategies, he hadn't offered many opinions, so LV Baitin hadn't stayed long. The coming days should be peaceful for many years. Guan thought to himself. In the cold winter, the news of Sword Venerable Fudao killing Daoist Tianjian with a single strike began to spread across the 9 dynasties, and the Supreme Sect used this momentum to negotiate with other dynasties to expand their influence. Though the process was difficult, the Supreme Sect's high-ranking officials didn't feel tired. From top to bottom, everyone felt a surge of energy, knowing that the Supreme Sect was on the rise. With the strongest cultivator in the world backing them, how could the Supreme Sect not dominate the 9 dynasties? Years flew by. 5 years passed swiftly and 67-year-old Guan walked out from the elixir hall. He paused at the entrance, looking back inside gently. Zhu Qinglu was no longer there, having retired. Though the new elder was very respectful to him, Guan still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Old friends were gone and new people had arrived. Guan turned back and blended into the bustling street. In 5 years, the Supreme Sect had risen, evident from the increasing number of disciples in the outer gate city. The Golden List Conference had become famous worldwide, and in 5 years, it would be held at the Supreme Sect. It was said that the Supreme Sect invited 100 clans from the 9 dynasties to lead the event, which would attract more and more geniuses to participate in the future. Guan suspected that the Ji family and the Gu family had contributed significantly, but of course, other families also wanted to invest in the Supreme Sect. Having more paths to tread was always beneficial. As Guan walked through the streets, he could hear the discussions of disciples passing by. Many famous talents' names filled his ears, with En Hao being mentioned the most frequently. Last year, En Hao went down the mountain to gain experience and developed a grudge with the demon path. Using his core formation realm cultivation, he killed a nascent soul realm great cultivator, making a name for himself in the immortal cultivation world. The title of the Supreme Sect's top genius was firmly placed on En Hao's head, with no one able to challenge it. As for Zhou Xian, although he was the champion of the 100 Clans Conference, those clans were high above the world and didn't engage directly with the immortal cultivation world. In the past 5 years, Zhou Xian's days had been very calm, but his lifespan had increased by over 700,000 years, surpassing 2 million years. The goal of 10 million years no longer seemed so distant, leaving him motivated and never feeling tired or bored. "Brother Gu, long time no see." A voice came from around the corner of the street. Guan turned to see the Juishan sect's genius Zhou Tongyu approaching. Behind Zhou Tongyu was an elder who was plump, holding a feather fan, looking quite endearing. Before Zhou Tongyu reached Guan, Lu Lingjun appeared out of thin air in front of him. Years ago, after she followed LV Baiyan, Lu Lingjun returned the next day. She was now an inner sect elder, but her task was to protect Guan. This had frustrated her for a long time. If not for fearing sword Venerable Fudao, she would have long ago unsheathed her sword against LV Baiyan. Chapter 125. Golden List's Note, Ghost in the Night. The person behind him is not simple. Lu Lingjun used the sound transmission skill to remind Guan, her gaze bypassing Zhou Tongyu to look at the fat elder behind him. Guan had already seen the opponent's cultivation level but still cast a lifespan detection. Zhou Li Unification Realm, 7th layer 1478/3000/3100, surname Zhou again. Guan was curious. When Zhou Tongyu came last time, there was no great cultivator following him. Zhou Tongyu looked at Lu Lingjun and smiled. "Brother Gu, it's been many years and you have experts protecting you. Seems you have done quite well these years." Guan smiled and asked, "I wonder if Brother Zhou is here to participate in the Golden List tournament this time?" "Indeed, this time I aim to take the top spot and become famous. What do you say, a spar at your medicine valley?" Zhou Tongyu asked with burning eyes. Although it had been many years, Gu An's cultivation level was still mediocre, but he felt Guan had his strengths. Guan shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't ask for trouble now. Supreme Sect is full of geniuses these days, you should find someone else." "Haha, I came early to visit after hearing of Enhao's fame. Since you are unwilling, I will go find Enhao now," Zhou Tongyu said laughingly. After speaking, he turned and left. Zhou Li in the Unification Realm 7th layer smiled and nodded at Lu Lingjun, then followed Zhou Tongyu. After they had walked away, Lu Lingjun turned around and asked, "A nascent soul realm cultivator wants to spar with you?" Zhou Tongyu had already achieved the nascent soul realm and did not conceal his aura at all. "At that time he suppressed his cultivation level to spar with me, and I slightly had the upper hand," Guan said, pretending to be proud. Lu Lingjun chuckled and said, "I didn't think you had this skill. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving." After 5 years together they were already familiar, lacking formalities. Of course, she still had grievances regarding LV Baiyan's arrangements, so her attitude towards Guan was not as respectful as before. "What are you saying, am I not handsome?" "A bit handsome, good enough to be a cauldron for a female demon." "Cough cough, you are a female cultivator, please mind your words." Guan gave Lu Lingjun a sidelong glance and then walked forward. Since Lu Lingjun was sent back, her temperament had changed and Guan felt awkward. Knowing he was at fault, he could only compromise. Blame LV Baiyan. What kind of arrangement was this? Guan didn't need Lu Lingjun's protection. Fortunately, Lu Lingjun was also slack. The reason she came to the outer sect today was for her matter, and she just accompanied him. Lu Lingjun looked at Guan's back, snorted and then walked in another direction. Guan prepared to visit Wuju. He found that there were many great cultivators in the city, most of them hiding their cultivation level. It seemed that the Golden List tournament would cause trouble. If the Supreme Sect succeeded, it would be easier to host such tournaments in the future, and other sects would not sit idly by. Guan was not worried at all. Besides Xianquan, another Supreme Elder had recently returned to the Supreme Sect, whose cultivation was slightly weaker than Xianquan but still in the Mystic Heart Realm. With 2 Mystic Heart Realm elders guarding, it would not be easy for other sects to shake Supreme Sect. In 30 minutes, Guan arrived at Wuju's courtyard. Wuju was practicing punches in the yard without mobilizing spiritual power, only practicing moves. Bare-chested, he looked very strong and each punch could shake the space. Wuju Foundation Establishment Realm, 9th layer 69/350/3500. His maximum lifespan had increased again. Guan noticed that whenever he did not check on Wu Ju for more than 2 months, Wu Ju would gain enlightenment. In 1 year he visited every month, but Wu Ju could not gain enlightenment. After enlightenment, Wu Ju emitted a solitary, lonely aura. This made Guan have odd thoughts. Could it be that as long as Wu Ju is neglected he will gain enlightenment? He decided not to check on him for the next year and see how far Wu Ju could gain enlightenment. Guan hoped that Wu Ju would catch up with Hao. This way Hao would have more rivals and not become overly arrogant. Smooth sailing was not always good. Seeing Guan, Wu Ju glanced at him without making a sound. "Look what good thing I brought you." Guan's voice came. Upon hearing, Wu Ju reluctantly walked towards Guan and asked, "What good thing?" Guan took out an invitation from his storage bag with golden edges and a red background, engraved with 4 large characters. "Golden List Tournament." "How do you have this?" Wu Ju asked in surprise. The Golden List Tournament was not for everyone. Participants needed certain fame and had to pay 10 top-grade spirit stones for an invitation. The rewards for the Golden List Tournament were also very rich. The top 100 winners all received prizes, with higher ranks yielding better rewards. Wu Ju had naturally heard of it and envied those talents. Guan smiled proudly and said, "I put in a lot of effort. But with my cultivation level, it's useless to participate." Wu Ju shook his head. Guan comforted him, "Don't worry. The Golden List Tournament compares talent, not cultivation level. As long as your strength in the same realm is strong enough, you can stand out." Really? Really? Since he set the rules, how could it not be true? Guan thought to himself. Wu Ju lacked resources, staying hidden was not a solution. In reality, Wu Ju wanted to stand out but was too shy to ask for help. Wu Ju accepted the invitation, hugged Guan, patted him heavily on the back and then grabbed his shoulders saying, "Brother, I won't talk much but I promise not to disgrace you." Having gained enlightenment several times, Wu Ju could feel his changes, developing confidence that was slowly altering his personality. Confidence of a strong person. Guan smiled and said, "There are still 5 years. You must focus on cultivation. I won't see you again for the next 5 years." Wu Ju was startled. "Why? What will keep you busy for 5 years?" "It's a sect matter not convenient to discuss." Guan shook his head. Could it be because of this invitation? Wu Ju suddenly felt the Golden List Tournament invitation in his hand was heavy. He hesitated. Guan reminded, "Besides the Sunset Fist, don't forget to practice the Gale Shadowless Leg. It will make you faster." Wu Ju nodded heavily. This time at the Golden List Tournament he swore to make a name for himself. At the end of summer in Mystic Valley, Guan lay under a tree, one hand under his head, the other holding a book, reading with relish. A figure came before him looking down at him. It was Liya. Liya still carried a heavy sword, wore a fitted black outfit, his long hair tied behind his head with a blue ribbon, revealing a determined and handsome face. "Cough, cough, junior brother Gu." Liya feigned a cough. "Supreme Secret Records." He didn't expect junior brother Gu to read it too. Also with the same name he must feel immersed. Liya thought silently. Guan quickly stood up, putting the Supreme Secret Records into his bosom. He already sensed Liya's presence, but since Liya practiced an energy-concealing sorcery, he pretended not to know. "Senior brother Li, why are you here?" Guan asked, pretending to be pleasantly surprised. Liya replied, "I've been back for several years planning to go to Zhangzhou, then return to participate in the Golden List Tournament." Guan sighed, "So busy, senior brother Li, you must be very powerful now." Liya raised his chin, full of spirit. "Not very powerful, but getting the top 10 at the Golden List Tournament is not difficult. Deserving of senior brother Li, the pride of our Mystic Valley." "Indeed. Haven't you been injured over the years?" "Of course not, since I parted ways with you I haven't bled." "Your senior is not the same as before," Liya said seriously. Such a show-off. Guan wished Liya would call him Grand Ancestor. Liya took out 2 items from his storage bag, an invitation and a long wooden box. "This is an invitation to the Golden List Tournament. You should participate. This box contains 10,000 year-wood spirit ginseng. With 5 years to digest it, your spiritual power can change dramatically, helping you achieve a good ranking," Liya explained. Guan was stunned. Liya directly put them in his arms, saying, "Don't refuse or I'll be angry." After saying that, he let go and Guan quickly caught them. Liya turned to leave. "Leaving already?" Guan quickly asked. Liya waved his hand, cultivating the path of immortality, no time for chit-chat. If you want to see me perform well at the Golden List tournament. He leapt, turning into a sword light flying across the mountains, disappearing without a trace. Guan stared at the invitation in his hand, speechless for a long time. On the mountain top, Chu Jingfeng turned his head, looking in the direction Liya disappeared, frowning. He remembered Liya. Back then, due to Liya's prince status, he even spoke a few words with him, encouraging him to practice diligently. After many years, their statuses and positions were vastly different, and he was not the sky. Guan shook his head with a smile, then put the items into his storage bag. This guy always gave things when they met, seemingly knowing his personality, and always giving items that boosted cultivation levels and qualifications. Another year saw the arrival of the Spring Festival. After dusk, Mystic Valley was very lively. Guan had just come from the Third Medicine Valley, sitting around a long table with the disciples. Xianxia sat on his right, continuously pouring wine for him and talking about matters in the immortal cultivation world. The hateful Heaven Divine sword appeared in the great Jiang dynasty nearby, turning the immortal cultivation world upside down. It said that the hateful Heaven Divine sword has reached the transformation realm and is accompanied by demons, very terrifying. I'm not sure if it's senior brother Su Han, Xianxia sighed towards the end. Talking about Su Han made her sad. They used to be so close, but now their paths diverged into good and evil. Guan said, he is no longer your senior brother. Don't call him that anymore to avoid trouble for you and us. Xianxia wanted to argue, but looking at the many disciples in Medicine Valley, she remained silent. Guan began picking up food for her while watching the other disciples play drinking games. After a bowl of wine, Xianxia perked up and started talking about and how. Mentioning and how, her face filled with admiration, she spoke endlessly. Guan listened attentively. Suddenly he sensed something and his expression changed slightly. After Xianxia finished, he said, I need to visit my room, you can continue later. I want to know about and how and the specific grievances with the Wanyin sect demon. After speaking, he stood up and returned to his room. Xianxia was not puzzled, starting to toast with Lu Jiujia. Back in his room, Guan activated the restrictions, then stepped 100 miles away. In the dark forest there were 13 ghost-like figures moving forward. 4 of them carried a big coffin. They did not notice Guan nearby, spying on them in the dark. A group of Unification Realm cultivators. Chapter 126. Immortal King Crown Evil Emperor. Guan threw lifespan detection at the 13 figures in the forest one after another, and found that the cultivation levels of these 13 people were the same, all at the 3rd level of the Unification Realm, and their ages were also the same. They all had the surname Li. Guan could not help but think of the 9 Nether 13 evil that had alarmed the immortal cultivation world before. What were these people doing at the Supreme Sect? There were still a few years left before the Golden List conference. Seeing that they were not moving quickly, Guan did not hurry to stop them, wanting to see what these guys were up to. That large coffin attracted Guan's attention. His divine sense probed into the coffin and found a skeleton. The skeleton emitted a bizarre feeling, and there was a dark golden crown on its head. The crown's gemstones had disappeared, leaving several grooves, yet it still seemed extraordinary. About half an hour passed. 13 figures all stopped in unison. The leader, Li Shoyo, turned around and waved his hand. The 4 people carrying the large coffin followed suit and put it down, then began to open it. Just as the cover of the coffin was about to open, a hand suddenly pressed down on it. The 13 people all looked at the end of the coffin, only to see Guan standing there, shrouded in dark purple demonic chi, his right hand pressing down on the coffin lid. The forest fell into silence. These 13 people did not run and did not attack. The other 12 all looked at Li Shoyo. Their entire bodies were pitch black like ghostly shadows, their true appearances unclear and their emotions indiscernible. Li Shoyo nodded slightly, then knelt down. Seeing this, the other 12 followed suit and knelt down. The 9 Nether 13 evil pay respects to Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Li Shoyo said in a deep voice, not loud but clearly articulated. Guan was surprised. Were these people specifically looking for him? No wonder their actions were strange, not like invaders. Guan spoke, give me a reason not to destroy you. These 13 should be ghost cultivators, shrouded in ghostly energy, but still possessing human chi blood and vitality. Li Shoyo answered, "We are the 9 Nether 13 Evil, sent by the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, to present the Immortal King Crown to Sword Venerable Fudao, to help the Venerable return to the position of Land Immortal." Ghost Mother of Ephemera? Guan was even more astonished. The cultivation level of the Ghost Mother of Ephemera was even one small realm lower than the 9 Nether 13 Evil. How could she command these people? Why? Guan asked. He did not sense any hostility from these 13, indicating they might not be lying. Li Shoyo responded, "This is the Ghost Mother's command. She has been comprehending your sword intent in the Supreme Sect for many years and discovered that you should have mastered the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword. This swordsmanship was promoted by the imperial family Li of the Taicang dynasty, but in fact, it was not created by the primordial ancestor of the Li family, but came from the immortal king of the Ephemera sect, who is the Ghost Mother's ancestor. Because of this, the Ghost Mother came to the Taicang dynasty, intending to find the ancestor's inheritance before the Ephemera sect annihilates the Taicang dynasty. 200 years ago the Ghost Mother had come, but unfortunately, the descendants of the Li family were mediocre in talent, and no one could comprehend the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword, so the Ghost Mother could only lie dormant. Guan's Taicang Divine Shocking Sword did come from the Li family, but he did not expect the primordial ancestor of the Li family to be related to the Ephemera sect. "Does your Ghost Mother want to obtain the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword?" Guan asked. Li Shoyo replied, "The Ghost Mother wants to invite you back to the Ephemera sect, to use the sword intent of the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword to reclaim the position of sect hierarch of the Ephemera sect." After hearing this, Guan fell into silence. What kind of scheme was this? Driving away the tiger to swallow the wolf? Guan pushed the coffin lid open with one hand, finding that the coffin was quite hard and concealed rich restrictions, probably also a magic artifact. His gaze fell on the skeleton in the coffin. Although it was lifeless, this skeleton was very sinister. To be safe, he still threw a lifespan detection at it. Evil Emperor, Mahayana Realm 5th Layer 7600/9999/9999. Good heavens. He could actually detect it, and its maximum lifespan was identical to Anhao's. Guan's expression remained unchanged. He leaped up, landing on the edge of the coffin, overlooking the skeleton of the evil emperor. The 9 Nether 13 Evil immediately knelt, remaining silent. Guan's eyes suddenly opened wide and 2 cold lights shot out from his eyes. Boom! The skeleton of the evil emperor was instantly blasted into powder, turned into dust, leaving only the immortal king crown lying in the coffin, and the bottom of the coffin was also pierced by the breaking path divine light. The 9 Nether 13 Evil raised their heads, glanced at it and then lowered their heads again. A prompt appeared in front of Guan. "You have successfully taken 320 years of lifespan from the evil emperor, Mahayana Realm 5th Layer." Guan immediately felt a sigh of relief. Damn it! Almost scared to death. Who would have thought that this skeleton was still alive, and with a Mahayana Realm 5th Layer cultivation level? In that instant, Guan imagined many possibilities in his mind, even feeling that he had resolved a catastrophe for all living things. The name of the evil emperor did not sound like anything good. And still playing dead, hiding in a coffin, clearly harboring a world-shattering plot. Guan raised his hand and the immortal king crown flew into his hand. He did not grab it directly but instead attached spiritual power to the immortal king crown, avoiding physical contact. He looked at Li Shoyo and asked, "Do you know the evil emperor?" Upon hearing this, Li Shoyo was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, "To be honest, this skeleton is indeed the remains of the evil emperor. 5,000 years ago, there was internal strife within the Ephemera sect, and the evil emperor was plotted against by a villain, poisoned and unable to gather spiritual power. In desperation he put on the immortal king crown and was instantly drained of vitality, turning into a skeleton. As a result, the immortal king crown was listed as a forbidden artifact by the Ephemera sect, and no one dared to touch it. In that case, why do you dare to bring this thing to me?" Guan's tone revealed bone-chilling killing intent. Li Shoyo said calmly, "If one masters the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword, the immortal king crown would recognize its master upon sensing the sword intent. The one who created the crown is the same person who created the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword." Guan continued to ask, What is the relationship between the ghost mother of ephemera and the evil emperor? The ghost mother is a descendant of the evil emperor. Why would she bring her ancestors' remains to me? Isn't she afraid of offending me? The ghost mother hates her own bloodline. When she was young, her father turned her into an evil ghost, so she looked for the descendants of the Li family. The Li family has nothing to do with her bloodline. The founding ancestor of the Li family was only a disciple of the ephemera sect. She wants others who inherit the Taicang Divine shocking sword to seize the position of sect hierarch of the ephemera sect and complete her revenge. How dare you be certain you could find me? The ghost mother said that as long as we approach the outer gate city where the heavenly repair platform is located, you would detect us, even if we concealed our cultivation levels, because of the vast difference in cultivation levels. The energy concealing sorcery used by Li Shouyou and the others was indeed formidable, and only Guan could see through it. Until now they had not revealed a trace of their aura. Guan continued his questioning and Li Shouyou answered one by one. After half an hour, Guan pondered, I will accept the Immortal King crown. You can leave now. Li Shouyou flipped his hand and took out a short flute saying, This is the 9 nether flute. As long as you blow it we will come at once, waiting for your command. From now on, you are the sect hierarch of the ephemera sect, at least in our hearts. Guan raised his hand to take it, then used divine sense to inspect it. After confirming that there were no surveillance or reverse tracking restrictions inside, he put it into his storage bag. He jumped down from the coffin, signaling the 9 Nether 13 Evil to leave. The 9 Nether 13 Evil all saluted him before lifting the coffin and leaving. Guan did not immediately return to the valley but instead sat cross-legged under the tree, placing the Immortal King crown in front of him. According to Li Shouyou, tens of thousands of years ago, there was an immortal dynasty in the mortal world, where everyone could practice immortal cultivation. At that time there was no emperor, and the ruler of the immortal dynasty called himself the Immortal King, ruling over land immortals and gods. Later the immortal dynasty met with calamity with continuous natural disasters, cultivators encountering heart demons one after another, plagues spreading, leading to its extinction in just 10 years. The Immortal King survived, but the immortal dynasty no longer existed. He did not dare to call himself an immortal anymore, not challenging the heavens' might. In the following years his descendants founded the ephemera sect, with one of the hierarchs creating the Taicang Divine shocking sword. The sword intent shocked the heavens, bringing about a heavenly tribulation, hence its name. This hierarch believed he had reached the realm of his ancestor the Immortal King, but still could not achieve immortality. So, as his life was reaching its end, he forged the Immortal King crown with his own cultivation. This crown contained the power of the Immortal King. Successive hierarchs studied it but couldn't subjugate it, only bringing misfortune upon themselves. Guan used divine sense to probe the Immortal King crown, but even with a Mahayana realm 9th layer's cultivation he could not penetrate it. He dared not test it with his own sword intent. Even if Li Shouyou was telling the truth, this method might not be genuine. After all, no one had succeeded before. After much thought, Guan felt that this item was too dangerous to keep around. He stood up, used the limitless freedom step and quickly arrived at the North Sea mountain. He dove directly to the bottom of the North Sea, buried the Immortal King crown and the short flute in the seabed, and set restrictions on them. He planned to research them after breaking through several major levels in the future. After all, Guan did not need to rely on the power of the Immortal King crown. After finishing everything, Guan quickly returned to Mystic Valley and continued celebrating with his disciples. After the 9 Nether 13 Evil left, Guan's life returned to peace, and no one came to disturb him again. 3 years quickly passed. Guan reached 70 years of age. One day in Tianya Valley, Guan just finished picking medicinal herbs, feeling good, and personally took the herbs to the storehouse. As he exited the door he saw Lv Xian approaching. Seeing him, Lv Xian's expression immediately became unnatural. Since being defeated by Guan he had been cultivating madly with his cultivation level soaring. Now he had reached the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm. 99 years old and a 6th layer nascent soul. Very impressive. But Lv Xian felt frustrated. Despite consuming so many elixirs he still couldn't break through to the divinity transformation realm before 100 years old. Are you participating in the Golden List conference? Lv Xian asked as he drew near. Guan replied with a smile. Why should I participate? My talent is so poor that attending would only bring embarrassment. Xian's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and said, I plan to participate. One night 3 years ago I suddenly felt much less pressure. These past 3 years I haven't been affected by heart demons or dreams. I might as well participate in the Golden List conference to relax. Relax. Others were probably in for a tough time. Guan inwardly mocked, then sensed the residual soul aura within Xian. But one residual soul was missing. Previously there were 7 souls, now only 6 remained. 3 years ago at night, Guan suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the evil emperor also left residual souls within Xian? This did not make sense. How could the evil emperor and Xian be related? The evil emperor was a long-dead hierarch of the Ephemera sect, while Xian was the biological son of Baiyan. Wait, could Baiyan have a connection with the Ephemera sect? Chapter 127. Path of Returning Primordial Spirit. Completely becoming a dragon, Guan was merely puzzled and had no intention of investigating Baiyan or Xian. No matter what these people's identities were or what conspiracy they might have, as long as it didn't affect him, he couldn't be bothered to care. The hearts of the people in this world were unpredictable. To investigate each one would be exhausting. Guan and Xian started to chat idly. Now Xian was very respectful towards him and didn't dare to be even a little frivolous. They chatted for quite a while before Guan finally left. Everyone in the valley was already used to him not spending the night in Tianya Valley. After Guan left, Xian found Yi Luyun and began to spar in combat, preparing for the Golden Ranking Tournament. There were only 2 years left until the Golden Ranking Tournament. Years passed by and the 9 Dynasties lands welcomed peace, while the Supreme Sect's Golden Ranking Tournament drew the attention of people from all over the world, becoming a once-in-century grand event. 2 years later, as the Golden Ranking Tournament approached, cultivators could be seen soaring across the sky over Mystic Valley every day. Unlike before, the Supreme Sect dispatched many disciples to patrol and protect all outer sect servant disciples, maintaining their image as the true orthodox sect of the world. 72-year-old Guan was in the loft receiving Yi Lan. The first batch of disciples who went to train on the 9 Nether Road had all returned and were all preparing to participate in the Golden Ranking Tournament to bring glory to the Supreme Sect. Having not seen each other for many years, Yi Lan's temperament had become even more outstanding, showing the demeanor of a genius female cultivator. She remembered Guan's words and had been continually cultivating Daoist expansion skill, so her cultivation level hadn't increased. The two sat and chatted, with Yi Lan recounting the wonders of the 9 Nether Road, and Guan listened with keen interest. The 9 Nether Road, which was said to be a road, was actually more like a secret realm, with demons and ghosts running rampant, having its own unique ecosystem and producing many special heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yi Lan said that she also encountered cultivators and members of the demon clan not from the 9 Dynasties lands within the 9 Nether Road. From her descriptions, Guan envisioned many scenes in his mind and found them very interesting. After chatting for a full hour, Guan finally asked, "Will you be participating in the Golden Ranking Tournament?" Yi Lan nodded and said, "Yes, the elders gave me a post. All the 100 disciples from the 9 Nether Road must participate. The first Golden Ranking Tournament must be grand and cannot bring shame to the Supreme Sect." Guan blinked, feeling a bit helpless. Couldn't he send out the post he had in his hand? Shen Zhen, Gu Yu and Zuolin all had posts, and the disciples in the valley had mediocre aptitudes. Participating would be futile and only lead to suffering. "Senior brother, why don't you participate too? Although your cultivation level isn't high, your strength is far from simple," Yi Lan said with a light laugh, remembering that Guan's leg technique was very strong. Since Guan's cultivation level hadn't increased, he must have spent most of his time practicing his leg technique, which made his strength undoubtedly formidable. Guan helplessly replied, "I can't even beat you. Participating in the Golden Ranking Tournament would just be asking for trouble." After hearing this, Yi Lan didn't persuade him any further and started chatting about the affairs of the immortal cultivation world. It wasn't until evening that Yi Lan left Mystic Valley. Guan stood on the balcony, a smile on his face. Yi Lan's maximum lifespan had increased by a year. Though insignificant, it showed that the Daoist expansion skill was indeed somewhat effective. Chu Jingfeng, Lu Jiujia and Xiaochuan's maximum lifespans hadn't increased, probably due to their level of dedication, and the spiritual energy of the Nine Nether Road was far richer than that of Medicine Valley. Guan turned around and went back indoors to continue his study of the Ziwei Array Chronicles. This book had deepened Gu An's understanding of formations, bringing him closer to becoming a true Mahayana cultivator. Mahayana cultivators were not only accomplished in their cultivation but also had rich life experiences and knowledge in various supplementary paths. Guan didn't need to cultivate so he could spend his time accumulating knowledge in other areas. That night, Guan sneaked to North Sea Mountain, hid under a tree and opened the lifespan barrier, then invested 5,000 years of lifespan into the Daoist expansion skill. Since the Daoist expansion skill was useful, he thought he would enhance it and see what happened. A series of notifications appeared crazily before Gu An's eyes, and eventually the Daoist expansion skill advanced to the Daoist mystic skill. It only took 2,000 years of lifespan for the Daoist expansion skill to advance to the Daoist mystic skill, and the remaining 3,000 years were just for enhancing its proficiency. Gu An immediately invested another 5,000 years of lifespan. This time, after cultivating for 2,000 years, the Daoist mystic skill advanced to the primordial reincarnation skill. It had primordial in its name so quickly, indicating that the Daoist expansion skill itself had a high rank and grade. No wonder only Yilan and Wuxia had mastered it so far. Afterward, the primordial reincarnation skill allowed him to master a divine skill called the Path of Returning Primordial Spirit. Guan began to inherit the primordial reincarnation skill, and earth spirit energy surged into his body. A vast amount of memory flooded his mind. The primordial reincarnation skill contained the mysteries of the Daoist expansion skill and extended the profoundness of accumulating cultivation level to be passed on through lifetimes. After cultivating the primordial reincarnation skill, one's cultivation level would no longer increase. Instead, through accumulating spiritual power, one's aptitudes would transform. Unlike the Daoist expansion skill, it was no longer limited to one lifetime but could be repeated, and each time the accumulated cultivation level was greater, the transformation in aptitude would be more substantial. Moreover, the primordial reincarnation skill would form a soul imprint. After a cultivator's death and rebirth, the memory of this skill would awaken in adulthood in each lifetime, continuing to accumulate until reaching immortality or the soul's demise, where the path of reincarnation ceased. The Path of Returning Primordial Spirit was an extremely domineering sealing divine skill that could suppress a being's cultivation level to a certain realm or even completely seal them, turning them into a mortal spirit without any cultivation. This seal could only be unlocked using the Path of Returning Primordial Spirit. Even if powerful beings far surpassing Gu An's capabilities tried to help, it would cause the spiritual power to run amok, making the sealed one's cultivation run wild and causing immediate death. Upon understanding this divine skill, Guan was very fond of it. He just happened to be lacking such a means. As for the primordial reincarnation skill, he considered it mastered and he was not inclined to invest more time into it. He did not seek thousands of worlds, he only pursued this lifetime. But this skill could be taught to those he cared about. Through the memories of the primordial reincarnation skill, Guan learned a harsh truth. The 9 layers of Immortal Path, each layer harder than the last. The first layer was Nirvana, a realm where mortal spirits transcended. Before reaching Nirvana, lifespans could not exceed tens of thousands of years. Only after Nirvana could one witness a fundamental transformation in life essence, drastically increasing lifespan. Guan suddenly realized that maximum lifespan might not just indicate aptitude but could also represent the maximum time each being had in this world, serving as a measure of one's life. For example, and Hao had nearly 10,000 years to pursue the Nirvana realm, while Yilan had less than 200 years. The latter, even with multiple opportunities, would be in vain. The Daoist expansion skill could help Yilan extend her time in the world, but its effect was limited. Even if Yilan mastered the primordial reincarnation skill, her maximum lifespan would only increase several times at most. Guan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep. Heavenly destiny. Summer arrived and the Supreme Sect's Golden Ranking Tournament commenced as scheduled. Participants in the Golden Ranking Tournament were all cultivators under 500 years old, and the Supreme Sect would test the bone age of the participants specifically. The post Leah had given to Guan for the golden ranking tournament, he wasn't sure who to give it to and didn't want to waste it, so he chose to register himself. At 72 years of age, he successfully registered with the eligibility of youth. The golden ranking tournament was conducted in a one-on-one format, with no fixed duration, continuing until completion. The Supreme Sect would heal the injured participants to keep them in optimal condition. Special formations would be set up by the Supreme Sect to suppress the higher cultivations to the level of their opponents, ensuring fairness in terms of realm. When the golden ranking tournament began, Guan was watching from the eaves of the outer sect, sitting with Yilan. Between them was a small table, accompanied by spirit melons, spirit fruits and fine wine. From their perspective, a gigantic light screen was suspended in the air above the outer sect, reflecting the scenes of the combats within. Guan didn't recognize the two cultivators fighting but enjoyed the spectacle nonetheless. As Yilan peeled some fruit for Guan, she said, "Senior brother, the cultivation technique you passed to me is very difficult, much harder than the previous one. I wonder when I'll be able to master it." Guan replied, "Cultivating is never easy. The Daoist expansion skill could at most double one's maximum lifespan, while the primordial reincarnation skill could increase it several times. If Yilan could master it, living to 800 years this lifetime wouldn't be impossible. For someone with Yilan's aptitude, this was already a great blessing." Yilan smiled and said, "I will definitely master it, don't worry." At this moment, a thunderous uproar rose in the city. It turned out that the first combat had already concluded. The victor is Duan Su from the Flame Sect of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Gu Zong's voice resounded from the giant light screen, causing the whole city to buzz with discussion. Yilan looked at the screen and smiled. "Impressive." Guan nodded and then picked up his cup to drink. "Brother Gu." A voice came from the side. Guan and Yilan turned to see Wuju standing on a distant rooftop, looking at them with a very unpleasant expression. 5 years had passed and Wuju was still at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, but his chi blood was vastly different from before. Ignoring him for 5 years, his maximum lifespan must have skyrocketed, right? Guan felt like he was about to open a mystery box. He cautiously used lifespan detection on him. Wuju Foundation Establishment Realm 9th layer, 74/350/7600, 7,600 years. Good grief. Now he had truly become a dragon. Wuju suddenly appeared on the rooftop where Guan and Yilan were, 7 steps away. He frowned and asked, "Who is this woman? Are you not being faithful to Ms. Shen?" Upon hearing this, Yilan squinted her eyes at Guan and asked, "Who is Ms. Shen?" Guan felt a headache coming on and immediately said, "This is my junior sister, Yilan. Ms. Shen is nothing, how can she compare? I just have some dealings with Ms. Shen, nothing more." Yilan's expression softened upon hearing this. Wuju angrily said, "Forget about Ms. Shen, why didn't you come to see me after you were done?" Yilan was taken aback. She thought Wuju had something to do with Ms. Shen and had come to stand up for her, but why did his tone suddenly change? Guan shook his head and said, "Why are you shouting so loud? I didn't want to disturb your cultivation. What, do you want to hit me?" Wuju's face turned red with anger and he muttered, "How could I hit you?" Yilan sensed that Wuju was not simple, and looking at his embarrassed demeanor, she became more curious about his relationship with Guan. Subsequently, Guan invited Wuju to sit down. Although reluctant, Wuju sat on the other side of Guan. "Junior sister, this is my brother, named Wuju, who is also participating in the Golden Ranking Tournament," Guan introduced. Yilan nodded towards Wuju. Wuju scratched his head and said, "I can participate in the Golden Ranking Tournament thanks to Brother Gus' post." Yilan couldn't help but look at Guan, her eyes filled with suspicion. Senior brother's methods were quite impressive. He registered himself, but he could also get a post for someone else. Chapter 128. 3 Pure Ones Mountain Divine Skills, So-Called Fairness. Guan, Yilan, and Wuju drank wine and ate fruit while enjoying the battles of the Golden List tournament. In the previous days they didn't have any matches, so they watched the excitement. Yilan and Wuju became familiar with each other and Wuju was no longer so awkward. It wasn't until the 5th day that it was Wuju's turn to participate in a match. As he left, Yilan asked curiously, "Senior brother, whose disciple is he? He seems quite extraordinary." She was well-traveled and knowledgeable enough to recognize Wuju's remarkable nature. After multiple bouts of path enlightenment, Wuju's temperament had already transformed. Even with ordinary looks and attire, he exuded an unforgettable aura. His master died and he has been an orphan since childhood. I befriended him immediately and am his only friend. I didn't visit him for 5 years on purpose, which is why he's so angry. Guan replied. After hearing this, Yilan felt a mix of pity and amusement for Wuju. She sighed, "Senior brother, you really are, what? Nothing." Yilan's gaze turned to the huge light screen in the sky and Guan followed her gaze. The two people fighting in the light screen were no ordinary individuals. One was a young Taoist in a green robe, and the other a man in battle armor wielding a long weapon. With one glance, Guan could tell that both fighters' realms were higher than those before. The Taoist in green robes must be at the Divinity Transformation realm, while the man in battle armor was at the Void Crossing realm. Both were under 500 years old, making them top-notch talents. Surpassing the core formation realm couldn't be achieved by merely throwing resources at it. What was expected to be an exceptional battle ended abruptly when the green-robed Taoist raised a hand, formed a seal, and released a character radiating green light. It was a Dao character, 100 feet in both length and width, resembling a mountain, crashing into the armored man with incredible speed, causing him to cough blood and fly out, losing his combat ability directly. Even though the armored man was suppressed to the Divinity Transformation realm, losing so quickly still surprised Guan. From his perspective, the green-robed Taoist Daoist seal already had the essence of divine skills. Defeating his opponent in one move drew raucous reactions from the entire city. The winner is Sage Xianxia from Qintang Dynasty's Three Pure Ones Mountain. An elder's voice echoed from the light screen, ensuring everyone remembered the green-robed Taoist's name. Yilan sighed. Three Pure Ones Mountain is truly formidable. I've witnessed it before on the Nine Nether Road. It's Qintang Dynasty's primary sect with few disciples but each is powerful. It's said they once produced an Immortal, though the truth is unknown. Guan silently noted the sect's name. Sage Xianmiao's Daoist seal was indeed powerful, enough to showcase the deep-rooted foundation of Three Pure Ones Mountain's Daoist tradition. An hour later, finally it was Wuju's turn to make a move. The battles at the Foundation Establishment realm were not as exaggerated as those of Sage Xianmiao, so many were not very expectant. However, once Wuju threw a punch, the earth-shattering momentum immediately captured everyone's attention in the city. With each punch, it was like the sun bursting forth, the scorching fist wind making it hard for his opponent to counter. Each of Wuju's punches was full of power, extremely domineering. After 8 punches, his opponent was beaten to their knees, continuously coughing blood. The winner is Wuju from Supreme Sect of Taicang Dynasty. The city erupted in discussions starting to talk about Wuju. Yilan was stunned. She knew Wuju was exceptional but didn't expect him to be this formidable. Guan watched with a smile on his face, aware that Wuju's legendary journey was about to begin. That sunset fist was quite ordinary, but Wuju practiced it to a level of transformation, even exhibiting signs of advancement. Path enlightenment seemed to enhance his understanding of fist techniques. In the afternoon, within the Third Medicine Valley, Guan and LV Baiyan met in a pavilion. After months, LV Baiyan looked pleased and exuberant. He opened his right hand, revealing a pearl in his palm, and smiled. "This is a supreme-grade magic artifact, the Thousand Shadow Pearl. In the next 2 days refine it and then use it at the end of the month meeting." Guan accepted the Thousand Shadow Pearl and smiling bitterly asked, "Do you still want me to keep winning?" In recent days, some cultivators in the Golden List tournament had won using magic artifacts. According to the rules, each cultivator could only bring one magic artifact or formation to maintain fairness. Sword cultivators, blade cultivators, array repairers, and others had to use magic artifacts. Banning them would be unfair. Even with only one magic artifact allowed, instances of cultivators winning using magic artifacts had already led to criticism in various cities. LV Baiyan laughed. "I've already planned your opponents and combat times. There's still time. I don't expect you to become world famous, but getting close to the top 500 would lay a solid foundation." With talents from 9 dynasties gathered, the top 500 were naturally extraordinary individuals. Guan had intended to just have fun, but he didn't expect LV Baiyan to play it this way. Sect leader, fairness, fairness, don't forget these two words. Guan reminded helplessly. Cultivation's methods were never righteous. But then he thought again, Cultivation had always been this way, even his cultivation techniques were somewhat unorthodox. Cultivation nonchalantly said, how is it unfair? Those descendants of noble families, which of them doesn't rely on their family resources? I'm giving you a magic artifact and they have their elders' support. Arranging your opponents is just to give you better luck without harming the opponents. The final outcome still depends on strength. Guan fiddled with the 1,000 Shadow Pearl, feeling a bit hesitant. As long as you enter the top 500, it'll reward you with a 6th order spirit tree. Cultivation said sternly. Hearing this, Guan immediately gripped the 1,000 Shadow Pearl and said, well, since that's the case, I can only do my best. Cultivation stood up, smiling. All right, refine the restrictions soon. The toughest ones have already been refined by me. The remaining ones won't trouble you. After that he left the pavilion. Guan didn't see him off but instead stared at the 1,000 Shadow Pearl in his hand, deep in thought. The Golden List tournament continued for several months, and Guan had to take care of Medicine Valley so he didn't go to watch every day. Yilan and Wuju also needed to prepare for battles. Until the end of the month, Guan finally faced his opponent. The token exchanged for the Golden List token was a magic artifact used specifically to convey messages. That morning the Golden List token emitted a sound, instructing him to wait nearby. Each outer gate city had the transmission array for the Golden List tournament, making it easy to find. After teleporting to the venue, Guan patiently waited. This was a vast valley divided into two halves, one for the waiting area and the other for the combat area. The combat area spanned several miles, surrounded by formations isolated from the outside world. Guan, you're participating too? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? A light-hearted voice sounded. Guan didn't need to turn around to know that Xianxia was walking toward him. Just trying. Guan said calmly. Recently the storyline of Supreme Secret Records had annoyed him. The Guan in the book bullied weak girls. Although it was a misunderstanding, his actions were a bit domineering, which made him less fond of Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to understand this and didn't mind his attitude, instead laughing. If you encounter me, I won't hold back. But if you speak nicely to me, I might just let you win. A man of integrity, how can I allow you to insult me? Guan glanced at her, sneering. Xianxia chuckled, laughing out loud. She bumped Guan with her shoulder and said, don't be mad, the book will end soon. I'm getting tired of it. After the Golden List tournament, I'm going into seclusion for cultivation. You might not see me for decades. Hearing this, Guan's expression softened and he asked, did you gain some insight from the painting? Yes, I might attain enlightenment. Xianxia said proudly, smiling. Such bragging. Guan started chatting with Xianxia as they waited for his match. Suddenly, a woman teleported in, her aura catching Guan's attention. Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Why was she here again? Does she think there are no people in Supreme Sect? Coming and leaving as she pleases? Guan thought to himself, though he didn't look at the Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Although the Ghost Mother wanted to make him the sect hierarch, he still felt strongly against her. There was no helping it, she had even brought a void-crossing realm 5th layer evil creature before him. If he hadn't had lifespan detection, he wouldn't have noticed the evil emperor was not dead. Too dangerous. The Ghost Mother had transformed into another woman, seemingly using possession techniques. She also didn't pay attention to Guan, possibly not even remembering him. Half an hour later, Xianxia won her match and was teleported out of the valley. Guan waited another hour for his turn. His opponent was weak, merely a core formation realm cultivator. Suppressed to the Foundation Establishment realm, Guan acted through several moves before using the 1,000 Shadow Pearl to defeat him. To the spectators the fight was quite dull, with only a few remembering Guan. Just like that. Summer passed and autumn arrived. Guan had 3 combat matches, winning narrowly each time. By now there were still 1,000 participants remaining. Supreme Sect didn't mind the time at all. During this period spirit stone profits in each city doubled, making a massive profit. After 3 months of combat, a batch of geniuses had already emerged, the most illustrious being in Hao, unparalleled. He hadn't even used the Taicang Divine shocking sword, but used spells learned from Supreme Sect to overpower all opponents. Following were Zhou Xian, Sage Shen Miao and other talents from various dynasties. Every dynasty among the 9 had someone renowned in the Golden List tournament. Ji Xiaoyu hadn't participated, but other Ji family disciples performed strongly. The Golden List tournament had spread across the 9 dynasties, capturing the attention of cultivators worldwide, significantly boosting Supreme Sect's reputation among the other 8 dynasties. Within the Taicang dynasty, the sects from other 8 dynasties also became famous, probably one of the reasons for their response. For Guan, the Golden List tournament was just a diversion, not caring much about the outcome. Initially finding it entertaining, his interest waned over time, leading him to focus on cultivation. On this day, a rumor spread before the Golden List tournament. Hao versus Liya. Liya had also showcased his strength, proving himself, considered to have top 100 potential. Facing Hao, who was assumed to claim the top spot, naturally drew much attention. Guan, in the 3rd Medicine Valley, heard disciples flying overhead on their swords, shouting announcements, and became interested, heading to the outer gate city to watch. He noticed disciples flocking to the outer gate city from all directions, making him sigh. LV Baiyan finally mastered the art of marketing. Guan too was expectant. Who was stronger, Li Yao or Hao? Both seemed to have lives like heavenly destiny protagonists, though with different trajectories. Chapter 129. How do you also know the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword? At the combat arena, Liya, dressed in black, slowly took the North Sea heavy sword off his back. His expression was stern, his gaze fixated on the figure 100 feet away, eyes full of battle intent. His opponent was none other than Hao. Hao stood tall, dressed in splendid blue robes, a gold thread purple belt, his long hair coiled beneath a silver crown inlaid with a golden phoenix. He was adjusting his wrist guard, which was crafted finely. A breeze stirred the black locks at the sides of his cheeks, his smile was radiant. He raised his chin slightly, looked down on Liya and said with a chuckle, "Previously you relied on the weight of that sword to defeat your enemies. This time your opponent is me, so don't think you can hide your strength." Liya asked, "And how old are you this year?" Hao answered, 40 y. 40 years old, at the 9th layer of core formation. Liya fell silent, just hearing that invoked jealousy. He took a deep breath, raised the North Sea heavy sword and said, "Then let me see the prowess of the Supreme Sect's #1 genius." As his words fell, he stepped forward, and in 3 steps he was slashing at Hao, the heavy North Sea heavy sword raising a gust of wind. Hao used his right hand, 2 fingers forming a sword chi emanating from his fingertips, countering Liya's sword moves. Sword lights flickered, sword chi sword, their figures intertwined, engaging in a fierce and swift battle, drawing waves of cheers from the outer gate city. Guan stood on the eaves looking up at the fight. Wuju suddenly appeared beside him, also gazing up at the light screen. He marveled, "These 2 are incredible. Of course they are the renowned geniuses of the Supreme Sect." Guan replied. Both Hao and Liya were in the core formation realm, but the battle they demonstrated was far more exciting than other core formation geniuses' battles. Liya's force was huge and powerful, like he could split mountains and rivers. Hao was light and graceful, facing Liya's sword moves with great ease. Their movements were extremely fast. Most of the disciples in the outer gate city couldn't keep up. They kept maneuvering. Only the sword light could mark their positions. Plang. Hao flipped and swung his arm, the sword chi on his fingers pressing down on Liya's legs, the North Sea heavy sword shaking above his head, showing Hao's immense chi. Liya didn't expect Hao to match his strength, even though he had consumed the dragon image divine primordial, increasing his pressure. Boom. A terrifying sword intent burst out, sending Hao flying. He flipped in the air and landed steadily 100 feet away. Hao looked at Liya in astonishment, then followed with a wild smile. The battle light screen transmitted part of the battle pressure, allowing the spectators to know the fight was real. Once Liya's sword intent was released, the entire Supreme Sect was thrilled. This is the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao. Liya has received the inheritance of Sword Venerable Fudao? I've stayed at the Heavenly Repair platform for days. This is definitely the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao. Liya is so powerful, I didn't expect the strongest among the royal disciples to be him. He's much stronger than his sister Li Xuanyu. The city Guan was in also erupted in a thunderous uproar. Countless people were amazed by the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword unleashed by Liya. Wuju felt the sword intent and sighed, So powerful I feel like it won't be easy to win against him. Guan glanced at him. Just not easy. Entwined in the sword intent, Li Ye straightened, raising his sword to point at Hao, his black hair fluttering and black robes rustling. His entire demeanor changed dramatically, his expression became more severe. The battle only truly begins now. Li Ye said coldly. He didn't expect to be forced to use the Taicang Divine shocking sword so early, blaming his own bad luck for encountering Hao prematurely. When he unleashed the Taicang Divine shocking sword, he felt the battle was over. Although Hao had yet to unleash powerful spells, no spell could match the Taicang Divine shocking sword. Hao's comprehension of sword intent was kept secret. Li Ye, who was often away, had no clue about Hao's combat techniques. However, seeing Hao smiling, Li Ye felt puzzled. This guy's gone mad? Hao patted his robe, his smile growing. Boom. An overwhelming sword intent surpassed Li Ye's, shaking the entire valley. Violent sword chi condensed into a giant face above Hao, looking down at Li Ye. Before this giant sword chi face, Li Ye looked insignificant, his sword chi trivial. Impossible. How do you also know the Taicang Divine shocking sword? Li Ye shouted in disbelief. In the outer gate city, countless people gasped. Even Hao had received the inheritance of sword venerable Fu Dao. The ghost mother of ephemera on the heavenly repair platform looked at the light screen in the sky, her brows furrowed, her eyes also showing shock. The Taicang Divine shocking sword, which had disappeared for thousands of years, reappeared in the mortal world, and 3 inheritors emerged at once? The ghost mother of ephemera, well aware of the Taicang Divine shocking sword's origins, was also taken aback, her respect for sword venerable Fu Dao growing. She could tell these two, wielding the Taicang Divine shocking sword, were certainly related to sword venerable Fu Dao. In the light screen, Hao soared into the air, looking down on Li Ye, said with a smile, "Since we are from the same lineage, let's see whose sword intent is stronger." He raised his right hand, palm facing Li Ye, his smile fading. When Li Ye used the Taicang Divine shocking sword, Hao felt a sense of kinship, recognizing Li Ye as a fellow disciple. But even among brothers he would not hold back. Hao was born to be the strongest. All opponents must submit at his feet. Hao's eyes focused, the giant sword chi face's eyes widened, countless sword shadows shot out like a river of stars, unstoppable. Li Ye gripped his sword with both hands, slashing down with his strongest sword move. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted, and shouted in his heart, "I cannot lose." The 2 sword intents collided, sword light enveloping the whole city. Wuju's face was lit up by the sword light. He was stunned. "Hao is so strong, I'm not a match," Wuju murmured. If his opponent was Li Ye, he might have some confidence, but Hao's strength left him feeling hopeless. Guan watched the battle with a blank expression. The progress of Hao and Li Ye pleased him, but knowing Li Ye would soon be seriously injured dampened his mood. He even suspected LV Baiyin purposely orchestrated this, as LV Baiyin always disliked Li Xiandao, so he arranged for Hao to target Li Zuando's favorite son? Regardless, Li Ye's journey ended here, not even breaking the top 500. After a few breaths, the sword's power dissipated. The ground shattered. Li Ye lay there covered in blood, his black robes torn apart, no strength left to stand up. The winner is Hao from the Taicang dynasty's supreme sect. As the elder announced the result, the entire city burst with excitement, praising Hao's might. Previously, Hao had never displayed such powerful sword techniques but always defeated his enemies with ease. This time, everyone witnessed Hao's sword chi and spiritual power, looking nothing like a core formation cultivator, more like a nascent soul cultivator. Guan looked at Wuju and said, "If you face Hao, do not confront him head-on. In the same realm, anyone facing Hao would be eliminated. Even multiple path enlightenments couldn't help Wuju against him." Among all the participants, likely only Guan could defeat Hao, but he had no intention to, and LV Baiyin wouldn't allow it to happen. "You too," Wuju muttered. Guan smiled. This kid was interesting. The news of Hao receiving the inheritance of sword venerable Fu Dao spread like a whirlwind, sweeping across the immortal cultivation world. As for the defeated Li Ye, many thought he only comprehended the sword intent at the heavenly repair platform, and was not the true inheritor of sword venerable Fu Dao. Though both wielded the Taicang Divine shocking sword, his sword intent paled compared to Hao's. Hao's famed sword, while Li Ye was quickly forgotten. After his defeat, Li Ye did not seek out Guan, likely recuperating and brooding in his cave. 10 days later. In Tianya Valley, Guan met Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao waved at him from afar and he immediately sat down beside him. Lv Xian Yun and Luo Hun were also seated at the table as Guan approached. Luo Hun thoughtfully gave up his seat. "How is Li Ya?" Li Xiandao asked with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about Li Ya's defeat. Guan noticed his cultivation level had increased to the 3rd layer of Void Crossing Realm. Honestly, Guan was quite interested to see Li Xiandao participate in the Golden List Conference. He believed Li Xiandao could make it to the top 10. Li Xiandao was not yet 300 years old, qualifying for the Golden List Conference. A Void Crossing Realm cultivator under 300 years was a rare talent worldwide. "Not sure, he didn't come to find me," Guan replied. Li Xiandao sighed. "Losing to An Hao is not shameful, and Hao's fame has spread to the other 8 dynasties. Everyone recognizes his talent. Setting aside strength just by his advancement speed, and Hao was unmatched." Jiang Qiong had reached the core formation at 40, thinking her talent supreme, but at 40, and Hao could already form his nascent soul. The only reason he hadn't was because of the Golden List Conference. A 1st-layer nascent soul and Hao facing a 9th-layer nascent soul top talent might win but would be exhausted. But dragging the opponent down to the 9th layer of core formation realm eliminated any suspense. Guan nodded. "And Hao is truly formidable. Senior brother Li just had bad luck." Lv Xian snorted. "No worries, I'll avenge Li Ya." He had participated in 3 fights. No one had lasted 10 moves against him. Li Xiandao looked at Guan and said, "I've sent your disciple Yi Yan to cultivate at the 3 Pure Ones mountain of the Qintang dynasty. When he returns, he'll be transformed." Yan. Guan thought of the disciple who held a spear all day, not expecting such an opportunity for him. Of course he understood Li Xiandao was giving him a hint. Without his arrangement, Yi Yan would never have such a chance. "Thank you, uncle," Guan said immediately. Li Xiandao then said, "Do you think if I could enlist Sword Venerable Fudao I could secure the throne?" Guan replied, "Without him you can also secure it." Li Xiandao laughed. Iluyun and Lv Xian didn't laugh, they agreed. Li Xiandao restrained his laugh and said, "I've found out who Sword Venerable Fudao is." Chapter 130 Breakthrough Midnight Battle. "Who is it?" It was not Guan who asked but Lv Xian. Iluyun also looked at Li Xiandao with curiosity. Sword Venerable Fudao's reputation was too great, and some even considered him the *1 cultivator of the Taicang dynasty. Li Xuando's mouth curved up as he said, "He has a close relationship with Li Ya." Upon hearing this, Guan's heart trembled. How did he guess this far? Lv Xian frowned tightly and asked, "Li Ya? What kind of relationship?" Li Xiandao shook his head and said, "I cannot divulge the specifics lest we offend the elder." Boulder? Guan let out a sigh of relief. Then, Li Xiandao began to discuss other talents who gained fame at the Golden List Grand Assembly. He highly praised the Supreme Sect for hosting the assembly, thinking that Lv Baitan had become enlightened and was no longer as foolish and domineering as before. They chatted for an ancient hour before Li Xiandao finally released Guan to work. This time he had brought high-rank saplings which greatly interested Guan. The grade and rank of the medicinal herbs in Tianya Valley were continuously improving, indirectly proving that Li Xuando's power was growing. Though the herbs in Tianya Valley belonged to Li Xiandao, Guan could harvest an endless stream of lifespan from them, so he hoped for Li Xuando's continual success. Yes, and also wished Lv Baitan well so everyone could get along harmoniously. In Immortal cultivation, temporary victories and defeats did not matter. The real winner was the one who lived the longest. In late autumn, Guan narrowly made it into the top 500 of the Golden List Grand Assembly with the help of the 1,000 Shadow Pearl. For the upcoming matches he was prepared to lose. Although he repeatedly achieved victories, Guan did not build a reputation due to the difficulty of his wins, the unattractiveness of the battles, and the anonymity of his opponents. At noon in Mystic Valley, Guan was instructing Yi Lan in the primordial reincarnation skill. Yi Lan had already been eliminated but was not disheartened and was instead more determined. The two of them conversed for several ancient hours, during which Yi Lan's many questions about the primordial reincarnation skill were resolved. "Senior brother, your achievement in this skill is really high. It seems you have been secretly practicing it diligently, no wonder your cultivation level hasn't increased. Yilan remarked with admiration. In her heart she grew even more respectful of Sword Venerable Fu Dao, who was not only formidable in Sword Dao but also mastered such a miraculous skill. She now believed for sure that Sword Venerable Fu Dao was Gu An's mentor, as Guan had taken the Qinghong sword to find Sword Venerable Fu Dao to save her. She had once suspected that Guan himself was Sword Venerable Fu Dao, but the cultivation realm displayed by Sword Venerable Fu Dao was too high, and Gu An's age did not match. Guan did not refute as this explanation was perfect. He raised his right hand and conjured over a storage bag, handing it to Yilan. Take this back and train well. Yilan did not check the contents and instead fastened the storage bag to her belt, then stood up. By the way, senior brother, keep your distance from senior brother Liya for a while. The upper echelon is currently investigating all disciples of the Li family within the sect, with unclear intentions but undoubtedly no good purpose. Guan looked puzzled but nodded as he rose to see his junior sister off. The investigation of the Li family disciples within the Supreme Sect did not concern Guan much, as this was not the first time such a thing had happened. Though the Supreme Sect was the leading righteous sect of the Taicang Dynasty, internal strife was never-ending. As for whether it would harm Liya, Guan had no means to worry over that. He couldn't possibly keep an eye on Liya at all times. Everyone has their own life, and no matter how good or bad, as long as they get through it, it belongs to their own experiences. A few days later, Guan went to participate in the Golden List Grand Assembly. Against his opponent he directly conceded, stunning his opponent. A month later the top 100 emerged. Only Wuju had the cultivation level of the Foundation Establishment realm. All other cultivators' minimum level was the Core Formation realm. This news quickly spread, making Wuju famous. When LV Baiyin delivered a 6th-rank spirit tree, Guan mentioned Wuju, hoping LV Baiyin could find a good mentor for Wuju. This made LV Baiyin look at Guan with admiration. Such a good prospect found by you in advance, and you still say you are unfit to be the sect leader? LV Baiyin said with a smile. Guan smiled and responded, just a stroke of fate. The Supreme Sect has many geniuses. This doesn't speak to my vision, but to the abundant foundations and great fortune of the Supreme Sect. LV Baiyin was very satisfied with Gu An's rhetoric. Regardless of whether it was genuine, it was very suitable for a sect leader. Regarding Wuju, I can't promise anything. He has already become a disciple of Zhou Yu. Understand that taking in Hao as a disciple was already a major move that met with opposition. I cannot take on any more genius disciples. The Supreme Sect is not a place for one person's dictation, LV Baiyin explained meaningfully. Zhou Yu, one of the Supreme Sect's venerable pavilion, had more power than the Hall of Elders. Becoming his disciple meant Wuju had a limitless future. Guan then thought of that true inheritor disciple who was not in a mentor-disciple relationship with LV Baiyin, effectively counterbalancing him. It seemed that in the Supreme Sect, even accepting disciples involved a consideration of interests. Of course, the main reason was that LV Baiyin was not strong enough, at least not to the extent where he could suppress the 3 great families single-handedly. I plan to take action against the Li family, but rest assured I won't harm Liya, LV Baiyin continued. Hearing this, Guan immediately raised his hand to salute him. LV Baiyin waved his hand. After the Golden List Grand Assembly, the Supreme Sect will soar. However, potential crises remain, not to mention the ephemera sect main lineage on the other end of the Nine Nether Road. There are also those within the 9 dynasties looking to scheme against the Supreme Sect. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I will visit your Medicine Valley less often. Do not indulge any further. Practice diligently, understand? He felt somewhat helpless as he spoke these last words. He had already passed on the Defying Fate Divine skill to Guan but saw no significant results. Guan nodded and said, I will manage Medicine Valley well and not disappoint the Supreme Sect. Hearing this, LV Baiyin gave him a final glare before rising to leave. Guan hurried to see him off. Heavy snow had already blanketed the 3rd Medicine Valley, and the flying snow threatened to engulf everything. LV Baiyi's figure soon vanished into the vast snow. Time flew by. Another Chinese New Year arrived, and the Golden List Grand Assembly concluded the day before Chinese New Year. In the evening, Guan went to Mystic Valley to spend the festival with the disciples. Zhou Xian had just returned from the outer sect and was discussing the Golden List Grand Assembly rankings with the disciples. After the assembly, the Supreme Sect would publish a book recording the life stories of the top 100, symbolizing authority in a way. Winning first place was Hao without any suspense. The second place was not Zhou Xian but Sage Xianmiao from 3 Pure Ones Mountain. The duel between Sage Xianmiao and Hao had become legendary, and the name of 3 Pure Ones Mountain reverberated throughout the Taicang dynasty. Zhou Xian ranked third and was likely depressed. The rest were mostly aristocratic geniuses, with the Zhou, Gu and Ji families occupying 30% of the top 100. The dominance of the 3 great families was evident. Wu Ju, with his foundation establishment realm, made it into the top 20 but was severely defeated by Hao when they met, although he had proven himself and became a bona fide genius. Sitting down, Guan listened to the disciples excitedly discuss the Golden List Grand Assembly, showing an interested look. The disciples also flattered him, feeling honored that he made it into the top 500. "Master, I have to go out on a mission tomorrow. It might take 2 or 3 years before I return." Zhou, sitting beside Guan, spoke while Guan's thoughts drifted away. The high-rank medicinal herbs in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion should be ripening. 7 days after the Chinese New Year, Guan went to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion that night. After harvesting the ripened medicinal herbs and gaining nearly 20,000 years of lifespan, he began sowing seeds again. After years of management, the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion was filled with medicinal herbs, all of at least 4th rank. They were now continuously providing him with lifespan. With the current medicine valleys alone, Guan saw the gate to a lifespan of millions of years approaching. He had already started pondering about breakthroughs. Reaching the Mahayana realm almost drained the spiritual energy of the North Sea Mountain, so the next breakthrough must be in a place with more spiritual energy. For the next breakthrough, Guan needed at least 5 million years worth of lifespan. He was eager to see what realm he could reach. After sowing, Guan sat at the stone table, poured himself some tea, and enjoyed his leisure time while spreading his divine sense to observe the North Sea Mountain's activities. The North Sea Mountain was an excellent training ground for cultivators. With the initiation of the Golden List Grand Assembly, the passage of various sects cultivators through the area had intensified the conflicts there. Guan suddenly noticed a battle with one participant catching his attention. Sage Xianmiao from 3 Pure Ones Mountain. This genius who outperformed Zhou Xian left a deep impression on Guan. At this moment, several dozen cultivators were besieging Sage Xianmiao. Under the night sky, the wind raged and various spells fell endlessly, ravaging the land and forests. Sage Xianmiao held a sword in his right hand and a horsetail whisk in his left. Behind him, a Dharma aspect with 3 heads and 6 arms materialized. Despite being surrounded by several divinity transformation realm cultivators, he remained unfazed. This 3-headed 6-armed Dharma aspect contained spiritual power far exceeding that of Sage Xianmiao, and its 6 arms could cast different spells. An impressive divine skill. Guan sipped his tea while appreciating the battle. Those dozens of cultivators were no match for Sage Xianmiao, but a void-crossing realm great cultivator was lurking in the shadows, making Sage Xianmiao's situation dire. Guan had no intention of intervening as he had no interest in others' grudges and feuds. Even if Sage Xianmiao died there, it would only show that his chi fortune was insufficient. Guan saved only those connected to him. 30 minutes later, the hidden void-crossing realm great cultivator made a move, launching a sneak attack that shattered Sage Xianmiao's Dharma aspect, causing him to vomit blood and be flung into the forest. Seeing this, the injured divinity transformation realm cultivators heaved sighs of relief and then praised the void-crossing realm great cultivator. Just as Guan thought Sage Xianmiao was doomed, he sensed something and raised an eyebrow. In the forest where Sage Xianmiao had fallen, a strong wind arose, uprooting trees and sending them into the night sky. Sage Xianmiao sat in the ruins surrounded by azure runes. These runes emitted beams of azure light, which gathered above him to form a grand door. The door slowly opened, releasing a desolate aura that caused the void-crossing realm great cultivator's face to change drastically as he turned to flee. "Where are you running?" An ancient voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Chapter 131. Can Sword Venerable Fudao withstand Mahayana power? Along with the mysterious voice echoing between heaven and earth, the azure door boomed open, and a giant hand stretched out, grabbing the escaping great cultivator of the void-crossing realm from a distance. The great cultivator of the void-crossing realm was almost scared to death. He struggled desperately but could not break free. He even tried to let his primordial spirit emerge from his body but found in despair that his primordial spirit couldn't leave. Who are you? The great cultivator of the void-crossing realm shouted in fear. The mysterious giant hand suddenly squeezed, crushing him into a mist of blood. His primordial spirit and golden core were completely annihilated, no longer existing. The other cultivators in the divinity transformation realm fled in panic, but the mysterious giant hand did not strike again and just slowly withdrew into the azure door. Under the night sky, the wind was still raging. Sage Xianmiao's aura began to dissipate, and the azure door above his head vanished along with it. Sage Xianmiao spat out a mouthful of reversed blood, and his entire state rapidly became lethargic. He continued to cultivate energy to regulate his breath. Far away in the mystic heaven cave mansion, Guan played with his teacup, his face showing a look of curiosity. The mysterious giant hand just now was definitely of the mystic heart realm and above the 5th layer. No wonder Sage Xianmiao dared to come alone to the Golden List conference. He had a method to summon help. Guan was very interested in this divine skill. This divine skill was not only imposing but also protected the younger generation. Even he, this sword venerable Fudao, was tempted. At the same time he was also full of curiosity about the Three Pure Ones Mountain. The Three Pure Ones Mountain actually hid a great power above the 5th layer of the mystic heart realm. Although it was not in the Mahayana realm, it was enough to surprise Guan. The land of the 9 dynasties certainly hid countless talents. No wonder the ephemera sect previously only dared to wreak havoc in the Taicang dynasty instead of sweeping across the 9 dynasties directly. Guan heard from Yilan that the disciple count of the Three Pure Ones Mountain was not high, barely over 1,000 people, yet such a small number was enough to make it the first sect of the Qintang dynasty, which showed how many great cultivators were in the Three Pure Ones Mountain. The Qintang dynasty was also not simple. The dynasty was named Qintang because the previous Tiantang dynasty once nearly unified the land of the 9 dynasties. Later the emperor committed deeds that enraged both heaven and humans, causing heaven to send down a great rain that flooded the entire dynasty, leading to a power shift within the dynasty. The Qintang dynasty had the most lakes, and the majority of its cities and sects were on islands. Although the great rain drowned an entire dynasty, it also caused the spiritual energy of the Qintang dynasty to surge, being shrouded in spirit mist all year round. Among the 9 dynasties, the Qintang dynasty was the most mysterious and had the most legends. Many people believed that immortals were hidden among the islands of the Qintang dynasty. Guan retracted his gaze. Although he was very interested in Sage Xianmiao's divine skill, he was too lazy to make acquaintances or stir up trouble. Only being superior to the opponent by 1 major realm prevented Guan from being complacent. Be cautious in development, don't be reckless. 1,000 years later, how many levels above the 9 dynasties would he be? He was looking forward to it. Dark clouds covered the sky. On the ground, mountains undulated, and each piece of forest seemed like a gathering of demons and ghosts. A gigantic palace nestled between 2 mountains with red pillars and bloody eaves appeared so terrifying. Inside the grand hall, a group of black-robed individuals knelt on the ground. Some were humans, some demons, and some soul bodies. The man kneeling at the front wore a mask, making it impossible to see his true face. He said, "Sect Hierarch, the combined forces of the 9 dynasties have entered the 9 Nether Road, affecting our grand plan. Should we retreat or continue to lie low?" His voice was hoarse, and as he spoke, ghostly air exuded from under his mask. On the steps in front of him stood a burly figure draped in a large black robe, with a blood dragon coiled on the robe, baring its fangs and claws, as if ready to leap out at any moment. His white hair gently swayed, and he wore a crown of bones, with 2 slender, extremely sharp horns that glinted coldly atop it. He was the sect hierarch of the main lineage of the ephemera sect, named Butcher Immortal Jing. Butcher Immortal Jing slowly turned around, revealing a pale and indifferent face. His pupils were blood red, and there were 2 evil ghosts marked on his forehead. The 2 evil ghosts shared one body, which was pitch black and had sharp claws, making people shiver. The 9 dynasties laughable. They actually dare to step into the 9 Nether Road. They are courting death. Butcher Immortal Jing said coldly, a gust of cold wind blowing into the hall, causing the robes of all the followers to flutter. A black-robed follower with a white tiger head spoke. Each of the 9 dynasties has great cultivators in the mystic heart realm, and the supreme sect's sword Venerable Fudao is even more unfathomable. It's unlikely we can annex the 9 dynasties before the demon catastrophe. Another soul body in black robes followed up. Our sect's golden spirit Venerable and night cultivator fairy both died at the hands of sword Venerable Fudao. He is the biggest obstacle to our annexation of the 9 dynasties. His cultivation is at least above the 5th layer of the mystic heart realm, and it's very likely he has reached the 8th floor. Rumble. The deep sound of thunder came from outside the hall, as if some fierce beast was roaring. Humph, mystic heart realm 8th floor? Then tell me, can sword Venerable Fudao withstand the Mahayana power? Butcher Immortal Jing said contemptuously, his white hair fluttering and the blood light in his eyes flashed fiercely. Mahayana power. The masked man at the front responded. There has been no Mahayana heavenly tribulation in the land of the 9 dynasties for nearly 10,000 years. Naturally, he is not your opponent. But if you take action, will it affect your healing? Who asked you all to be so incompetent? Prepare to gather the followers. Once they are assembled, follow me to sweep across the land of the 9 dynasties, and remember to bring the origin tree of ephemera. Butcher Immortal Jing said expressionlessly. These words caused an uproar in the hall. Sect hierarch, you wouldn't intend to directly. The masked man's hoarse voice revealed a nervous emotion. My decision is made, you may leave. Butcher Immortal Jing waved his sleeve and walked into the darkness. The followers of the ephemera sect in the hall looked at each other. It was another night. Guan once again arrived at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. It had already been half a month since his last visit. He first picked medicinal herbs, then planted seeds. After doing all this as usual, he didn't leave in a hurry but planned to stay alone here for half the night, enjoying the tranquility. He walked to the old tree next to the wooden house and jumped onto the hammock he wove half a month ago. He twisted his body and chose a comfortable position to lie down. Comfortable. Guan revealed a satisfied smile, took out a travelogue and started browsing. Recently he had gone to the inner sect and bought many travelogues. 1 to pass the time, and 2 to see if there were any places better suited for breakthroughs than the North Sea Mountain. The cave mansion was quiet, and from time to time, fish sprang out of the underground lake, with their movements echoing in the cave mansion, creating a unique atmosphere. He read until the latter half of the night before putting the travelogue down and spreading out his divine sense to see if there was any movement in the North Sea Mountain tonight. Every time he came, he would overlook the North Sea Mountain, which had become a habit. Soon, Guan was attracted by Sage Xianmiao. This guy still hadn't left. He saw Sage Xianmiao building a simple monastery in a deep mountain, inside which besides Sage Xianmiao there was also a young boy. What was he doing? Guan looked carefully and saw Sage Xianmiao meditating in front of a large cauldron, with wisps of green smoke rising from the top of his head. And that boy was practicing in the nearby hut. The boy was actually a demon with a foxtail growing. Interesting. Guan watched for a while and then retracted his gaze. When dawn was about to break, Guan returned to Mystic Valley. In the blink of an eye, half a year quickly passed. At the end of summer, after a heavy rain, Mystic Valley was very muggy. On this morning, Leah came to visit Guan, once again entering through the window. Guan had to cooperate with him to pretend to be startled. Look at your timid look. You are at least in the top 500 on the golden list. Leah snorted softly after landing. Guan got up to greet him and said, My being in the top 500 was just luck. You could have made it into the top 10, but unfortunately you met in Hao in advance. Upon hearing this, Li Ya's mouth twitched. He suspected Guan was deliberately pricking him, but seeing Guan's expression of regret, it was hard to retort. Little did he know Guan did it on purpose. He stepped on my windowsill again. Leah walked to the desk, pulled out a chair and sat down. He said, I am leaving. Where to? How long? Guan asked casually, then walked to the tea set and started brewing tea. Leah replied, Father Emperor wants me to go to 3 Pure Ones Mountain in the Qintang dynasty for training. It will probably take decades to return. Again, the 3 Pure Ones Mountain. What kind of close relationship did Li Xiandao have with 3 Pure Ones Mountain? They even sent 2 people. Guan couldn't help but say, then it's definitely worth going. After all, the disciple of the 3 Pure Ones Mountain earned the 2nd place on the golden list. Sage Xianmiao is indeed formidable. Even if I fought him, I might not be his match. Li Ya agreed. In the Golden List conference, Sage Xianmiao was the only one who could withstand a 30-minute fight against An Hao. Guan came to the desk with the brewed tea and said, "When you go to Three Pure Ones Mountain, you must practice diligently. Don't meddle in too many affairs and end up injured." Cough, cough. Apart from being injured by An Hao, I really haven't been injured over the years. Really? Would I lie to you? The two began to chat casually, sometimes talking about Mystic Valley, sometimes about the Golden List. It wasn't until noon that Li Ya stood up and said, "I should be leaving. Junior brother Gu, I hope that when I come back your cultivation will improve. Entering the top 500 on the Golden List is not just luck. I believe you already have your own opportunities, but don't waste the years and strive to catch up with senior brother me as soon as possible." After saying that, Li Ya quickly walked to the window, jumped out and left another footprint on the windowsill. Definitely on purpose. Guan was helpless. Li Ya usually seemed very serious. Why did he always play childish tricks on him? He looked out the window, his eyes becoming profound. Li Xiandao sending Li Ya away at this time, could there be other reasons? And the soul body within Li Ya, why had it become so weak? It seemed like it could dissipate at any moment. Guan shook his head, unable to figure it out. He decided not to bother thinking about it. Until nightfall. Guan once again arrived at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. As he was about to pick medicinal herbs, he couldn't help but frown. Why was Sage Xianmiao around? The monastery of Sage Xianmiao was 8,000 miles away from here. Coming here could not be a coincidence. At the same time, in the forest 10 miles away, Sage Xianmiao held a compass in his hand, advancing while muttering to himself, "It should be around here. I don't know what kind of blessing it is." Chapter 132 Mountain God. Ill-fated relationship. Guan heard Sage Xianmiao's muttering, which left him silent. Did he come seeking fortune and find my home? His gaze fell on the compass in Sage Xianmiao's hand, curious about what kind of treasure could locate fortune, far surpassing his white spirit rat. Since the appearance of the mystic pure tree, the white spirit rat had been napping all day, no longer venturing out to search for treasures, essentially becoming useless. The forest in the deep night was eerie and quiet, with a faint mist swirling among the woods. Although Sage Xianmiao could see the shadows of ghosts drifting by, he remained unmoved. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew from the front, causing Sage Xianmiao's robes to flutter, making him squint. The land of the mountain god, mortals are forbidden to enter. A mysterious and ethereal voice emerged, causing Sage Xianmiao to halt his steps. He looked around, unable to detect the speaker's presence, not even with his divine sense. Sage Xianmiao was certain he hadn't misheard, so he cupped his hands and said, "This humble Taoist hails from Three Pure Ones Mountain of the Qintang dynasty, a sole disciple of the Taicang lineage, Li Xuanmiao." Li Xuanmiao, Li Xiandao. Guan wouldn't believe they were unrelated even if beaten to death. The name Three Pure Ones also made Guan think of the Three Pure Ones in Wuxia's Taoist myths from his previous life, wondering if there was any connection. It should be unrelated. Otherwise, writing Investiture of the Gods would have already caused trouble. Perhaps the Tao of the Three Pure Ones illuminates myriad heavens, showing signs of Three Pure Ones in both this world and the Huaxia world? Gu Ana's thoughts raced, not answering immediately. Sage Xianmiao continued, "This humble Taoist seeks fortune, wondering if I might have the honor of meeting the mountain god?" He didn't seem to doubt Gu Ana's words, making Guan ponder. Could mountain gods truly exist, making Sage Xianmiao find it unsurprising? This made Guan suddenly want to get to know Sage Xianmiao, to increase his understanding of this world. Why seek the mountain god? Gu Ana's voice echoed again, its source still elusive. Sage Xianmiao replied, "Mortal immortals and gods are elusive. If I could meet one, it would be life's fortune." Of course, this humble Taoist also has a personal desire. Meeting the mountain god pleased him greatly, more meaningful than finding a treasure. With his cultivation at the divinity transformation stage, he scanned all directions, unable to find the other party, indicating their cultivation level was vastly superior, whether or not they were a mountain god. The fact that the other party didn't attack him directly suggested they weren't a great evildoer. Whether a mountain god or not, they were worth befriending. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in his face, stirring up fallen leaves, forcing Sage Xianmiao to raise his hand to shield himself. When the wind passed, Sage Xianmiao looked ahead, his pupils suddenly narrowing, face full of astonishment. Following his gaze, there stood a small white-clad figure on a large tree in front. That's right. A small figure. Only 3 inches high, easily held with one hand. This figure wore white clothes and a theatrical mask, looking extremely mysterious. This white-clad figure was Guan, who used the Great and Minor Rui divine power to shrink himself. Great and Minor Rui was a divine power awakened through the primordial Rui skill. His energy-concealing skill evolved from the energy-nurturing skill. Sage Xianmiao immediately knelt on one knee, raising his hand in salute saying, "Li Xuanmiao pays respects to the mountain god." He could feel this wasn't an illusion. It was his first time seeing such a small person, making him instantly believe the other was a mountain god. After all, he had never seen either spell or divine power that could shrink a person, only spells that drew people into small spaces. Guan leaped on the branches, reaching the branch's end to overlook Sage Xianmiao, asking, "What is the treasure in your hand?" He cast a lifespan detection. Sage Xianmiao, Divinity Transformation Stage 5th Level 198/900/4500 4500 years as his maximum lifespan? A bit inconsistent with his performance. The legacy of 3 Pure Ones Mountain seems strong. Sage Xianmiao hurriedly replied, "This is a treasured family heirloom of my 3 Pure Ones Mountain passed down through generations. As long as I carry it, once my chi fortune connects with the treasure, it will guide me to my destined fortune, accelerating my growth process." As he said this, he smiled. Destiny led him to meet the mountain god. Guan wondered if Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion rightfully belonged to Sage Xianmiao. Very likely so. If not for his golden finger akin to a system, he wouldn't have come to the North Sea Mountains to undergo tribulation, nor would he have cracked open Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. Thus, it wouldn't naturally belong to him. Thinking this way, it seemed Guan had taken Sage Xianmiao's opportunity. Sage Xianmiao continued, "Senior Mountain God, I just accepted a disciple, but he is poisoned. I can't cure him. Could you take a look?" He was initially seeking fortune but hadn't expected to encounter a mountain god. Since gods existed, they should help alleviate his worries. Guan remained silent, left hand touching his chin, right hand holding his left elbow, swaying contemplatively as he looked at Sage Xianmiao. Sage Xianmiao understood, his right hand flipping to reveal a lingji in his palm, which he offered with both hands, saying, "This is a 6th grade earth spirit lingji, hoping the mountain god likes it." Guan lifted a hand to capture the lingji in his grasp. This earth spirit lingji was larger than his entire body, making him look quite comical as he held it. Sage Xianmiao didn't find it amusing. Rather, he found it endearing. The behavior and thoughts of immortals and gods shouldn't be speculated or defined by mortals. "Bring your disciple here at this time tomorrow night," Guan said. Sage Xianmiao immediately expressed his gratitude. When he raised his hand again, Guan had already vanished. He smiled, getting up to leave without pressing forward, which made Guan feel satisfied. At the very least, Sage Xianmiao didn't seem like a deeply scheming or overly calculative person. When Guan had previously inspected Sage Xianmiao, he had seen his demonic disciple and identified the type of poison in him. Fortunately, he could cure it. Once Sage Xianmiao was far away, Guan returned to the 8 scenic caves to begin alchemy. He took out the ephemeral flower he had kept for a long time, placed it into the pill furnace, and then conjured Taicang True Fire to ignite the dry firewood under the furnace. Suddenly a thought struck him. Could the alchemy technique of Mystic Valley also be derived from 3 Pure Ones Mountain, capable of producing Taicang True Fire? Quite possible. The next night, Sage Xianmiao brought his disciple to the same misty forest. The fox demon boy was very nervous, clinging to Sage Xianmiao, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, fearing evil spirits would appear. Sage Xianmiao raised his robe hem and knelt, making the fox demon boy kneel as well. After kneeling for a while, a gust of wind blew. A thumb-sized pill rolled to Sage Xianmiao's knees. He couldn't help but pick it up. "Let your disciple take it." Guan's voice floated by, and Sage Xianmiao without hesitation had the fox demon boy swallow it. The pill melted instantly in the mouth. Sage Xianmiao held the fox demon boy's wrist to carefully sense, soon showing a delighted expression. He looked up and asked, "May I ask, Mountain God, what poison afflicted my disciple?" "The poison of the ephemeral flower." He must have visited the ephemeral flower's habitat and inadvertently ingested it, Guan replied from a tree branch. The fox demon boy stared wide-eyed at the tiny mountain god. Upon hearing this, Sage Xian Miao's face darkened, gritting his teeth. The ephemera sect has brought harm for millennia, its sins unforgivable. Guan squatted on the branch, observing them, and said, "Your disciple is saved. You should leave now. Remember, do not reveal my existence to anyone or I will come for you." Sage Xian Miao raised his head, saying, "Mountain God, could you teach me the ultimate skill to become the world's strongest? I am willing to exchange everything I have." Being defeated by An Hao had become his deep-seated issue. It was also why he hadn't returned, unable to face his peers. World's strongest. If you could become the world's strongest, you wouldn't seek me. Since you can't become the world's strongest, your everything couldn't match its value, Guan said indifferently. Sage Xian Miao looked troubled, but hope ignited in his heart. The mountain god hadn't refused him. He had only intended to probe, not expecting a real chance. Indeed, no disciple of Three Pure Ones Mountain had ever encountered a land immortal. It showed how rare immortals and gods were. Sage Xian Miao said earnestly, "Please enlighten me, mountain god. As long as it's within my power and doesn't violate the principles of Three Pure Ones Mountain, I will definitely comply." Guan feigned deep contemplation, arms crossed, and after a while he suddenly said, "I have it. The divine skill you used to summon mystic heart realm cultivators before, exchange it with me." Sage Xian Miao's face changed dramatically. His respect for the mountain god deepened. The mountain god could discern even his backer's realm, demonstrating the mountain god's high Dao level. And the battle had taken place far from here. Sage Xian Miao hurriedly said, "This divine skill is called Divine Reaching Mystic Gate. Can only summon others and won't harm beings. Am willing to exchange it with you, mountain god." As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his sleeve, raising it with both hands. Guan lifted a hand, capturing the scroll. After a brief scan with his divine sense, confirming its authenticity, he waved his right hand. A book swiftly landed before Sage Xian Miao. The 9 Extremes Yin-Yang Body. Sage Xian Miao's eyes lit up on seeing those 5 words. Guan would eventually cultivate the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang Body, so he didn't mind teaching it. Moreover, this technique originated from the 1000 Autumn Pavilion. He wanted to see how many years it would take Sage Xian Miao, with his talent, to master the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang Body. Sage Xian Miao picked up the secret book, began reading, while Guan wasn't in a hurry, putting away the Divine Reaching Mystic Gate scroll into his storage bag. After reading for a while, Sage Xian Miao's hands trembled. He suddenly closed the book, tucked it away, and then took out wooden boxes from his storage ring, a total of 7. He said, "This ultimate skill is stronger than Divine Reaching Mystic Gate. I can't take advantage of you. These are seeds of 7th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, gifts from various dynasties to me. I intended to use them to enhance my cave, but now I offer them to you. Consider it." Guan's impression of Sage Xian Miao improved. He lifted a hand, the 7 wooden boxes adhering to the tree trunk beside him, saying, "You may leave now." Sage Xian Miao immediately kowtowed, making the fox demon boy kowtow as well, and then led him away without lingering. Guan watched their departing figures, silently lamenting, "What a fateful encounter." He wasn't referring to his and Sage Xian Miao's, but rather Sage Xian Miao's and the fox demon boys. He couldn't resist casting another lifespan detection. Underworld Fox Demon, Energy Cultivation Realm 4th Layer 14/999/14,000. This maximum lifespan was identical to the Underworld Demon Emperor's, and both carried the name Underworld, implying a definite connection. Guan even suspected this boy might be the Underworld Demon Emperor. Chapter 133. Becoming the Sect Leader of the Supreme Sect. The weather was cool and refreshing, and the early autumn breeze uplifted one's mood. The 3rd Medicine Valley. Guan was picking medicinal herbs, while Lu Lingjun followed closely, holding a bamboo basket to receive the herbs he had bundled. "I see that you don't usually do anything significant. Why do you need my protection?" Lu Lingjun asked plaintively. An inner sect elder protecting an outer disciple? If word got out, it would bring shame to the inner sect elders of the Supreme Sect. "I usually don't trouble you much either. You enjoy the benefits of an inner sect elder and can cultivate under the mystic pure tree. Many elders envy you," Guan said carelessly, unable to suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. Currently, they were harvesting 6th-grade medicinal herbs, each of which could bring 60 to 100 years of lifespan. It's indeed satisfying to plant and harvest herbs. Killing a cultivator in the unification realm would most likely only yield a similar lifespan but would involve grudges. Hearing Gu An's words, Lu Lingjun found them reasonable, but she still felt that her task was beneath her status, showing that LV Baitin did not respect her. Lu Lingjun had already set a new goal in her heart. That was to become the supreme sect leader. Since LV Baitin had bound her and Guan together, she had to establish a better relationship with Guan. Guan had many advantages, and the high-rank medicinal herbs from this valley were enough to give him considerable influence. In the future she would protect Guan, then use his herbs to attract people, establishing a power group centered around them both and gradually work towards her goal. Thinking of this, Lu Lingjun suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. Guan happened to catch this scene and goosebumps immediately rose all over his body. What kind of expression is that? Are you scheming against me? Guan asked warily. Lu Lingjun with a gleeful expression said, How could I be scheming against you? You're my valley master. Without you bridging connections, could I have today's treatment? Cough cough, now I don't even limit your cultivation time under the tree. The current benefits are much better, aren't they? After all, there are few 7th-grade treasure trees in the Supreme Sect. Guan gave a fake cough and continued picking herbs after speaking. Yes, you're right. Anyway, I owe you a favor and I'll return it in the future. That's more like it. Lu Lingjun didn't disturb Gu An's work anymore. After the time of 1 incense stick 30 minutes, the two returned. Along the way, Lu Lingjun asked, Valley Master, do you want to improve your cultivation level? You can make it to the golden list, which shows that your aptitude is not bad, it's just that you don't usually like to cultivate. The higher Gu An's cultivation level, the more beneficial it would be for her grand plan. Even if it's not bad, I am definitely not a genius. I made it to the list relying on magic artifacts. Don't try to persuade me. Strenuous cultivation, even if it allows me to live for 700 or 800 years, still takes up most of my life's time on cultivation. Why not just enjoy life directly? Not cultivating is about avoiding detours. My talents are not as great as yours. Guan argued confidently, though for some reason Lu Lingjun felt a trace of sadness. As an ascender, she had indeed seen many who spent their entire lives but could not escape destiny. How many people had cultivated arduously all their lives, only to die in tribulation, in feuds, or from inner demons? Even for herself, recalling carefully, did she have as many happy moments in her life as the person before her? At this moment, Gu An's image in Lu Lingjun's mind shifted. Although Guan had a low cultivation level, he had a kind of broad-mindedness and life perspective that was beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Lu Lingjun caught up with Guan's steps and asked, Valley Master, do you think I should learn from you? Learn from me? What a joke. Your realm has already proven your talent. In this world, life is about striving. Since my aptitude isn't good, I strive for the depth of life. With your outstanding talent, you should pursue the length of life. Guan said casually. He wouldn't let others follow his path as he could seize lifespan but others couldn't. His statement was just to hide his true strength, not to guide others. After hearing this, Lu Lingjun admired Guan even more. The two continued chatting while heading to the pavilion area. It wasn't until the evening that Guan arrived at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. Half a month had passed since he exchanged divine skills with Sage Xianmiao. Guan planted the 7th-grade treasures from Sage Xianmiao in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. He wasn't afraid of this cave mansion being exposed. Even if it was, he could move it. He could use the Great and Minor Rui to shrink the entire mountain and then move it. Because these 7 seeds were of high grade, he would visit every other day, afraid that they might grow askew or conflict with each other. After careful inspection, making sure there were no problems, Guan smiled. Currently he was harvesting lifespan all year round, so traveling back and forth wasn't tiring for him but full of interest. When the next breakthrough came, he planned to open another cave mansion in a different place, get some people to help him manage the new mansion while he focused on harvesting. The people managing the cave mansion needed to be able to endure loneliness. But that was a matter for the future. He walked to the wooden house, took out the Ziwei Array Chronicles and a pile of formation materials, and began trying to set up formations. The new cave mansion would definitely need many sets of formations. He had to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in a hidden temple in the mountains and forests, Sage Xianmiao sat in front of a pill furnace, cultivating the 9 extremes yin-yang body. His hands constantly changed spell patterns, dark green demonic qi emanating from his body, surrounding him. Knock knock, the door was lightly knocked. Sage Xianmiao didn't open his eyes and said, "Come in." As the words fell, the door was pushed open and a young fox demon walked in. He knelt in front of Sage Xianmiao and said softly, "Master, I just had a nightmare." "What kind of nightmare?" "I dreamt that the sky broke open, countless demons and cultivators rushed out, slaughtering all living beings on the ground. I also saw a huge and terrifying tree with a face on it," the young fox demon replied. As he spoke, he couldn't help but tremble, unsure if it was out of fear or from the cold wind blowing in from outside. Sage Xianmiao opened his eyes, the surrounding demonic qi dissipated. He took out a compass and began to cast a spell to deduce. The young fox demon watched intently, very curious about the compass in his master's hand. The compass emitted light, small starlights rising. Sage Xianmiao raised another hand and pointed at the young fox demon's forehead. The young fox demon was immediately immobilized, his eyes wide open, glancing upward. Sage Xianmiao's finger drew out strands of light from the fox demon's forehead, then channeled them into the starlight on the compass. Boom! A wave of energy burst from the compass, followed by the starlights exploding, forming a scene, exactly the dream the young fox demon had described. In the vision, the sky was continuously torn apart, black cracks spread over the forest, countless demons and black-robed cultivators rushed out, sweeping everything in the forest. Wherever they went, black mist spread, all life withered and living spirits turned into white bones. Such horrifying scenes made Sage Xianmiao frown. After watching for a while, his expression changed because he saw the North Sea. The young fox demon also looked equally frightened. Even though it was his own dream, he didn't want to recall it. After a long time, Sage Xianmiao put away the compass, walked out of the temple, came to the courtyard and took out a piece of yellow paper, quickly writing lines of characters on it. After finishing, he folded it and burned it with his own spiritual fire. The yellow paper turned to ashes, the ashes shimmering with a faint light before quickly disappearing. The young fox demon asked from behind, "Master, what are you doing?" "I am sending a message to the sect." "Is it the 3 Pure Ones mountain you often mentioned?" "That's right. Master, when can you take me to the 3 Pure Ones mountain?" "Cultivate well. Outer disciples entering the 3 Pure Ones mountain need to undergo numerous tests. Your cultivation level and temperament are not enough yet." Sage Xianmiao answered casually. After thinking for a while, he gave the young fox demon a reminder, then left the temple. Moonlight filtered through the tree branches, illuminating the young fox demon. He watched the direction Sage Xianmiao left, his previously innocent face gradually becoming stern, eyes gleaming with cold light. Mountain God. In the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Guan put down his brush and talisman paper, his expression serious. Underworld Fox Demon has developed hostility towards you and is apprehensive of your strength. Do you want to cast lifespan detection on them? Apprehensive? What level of hostility does this constitute? Should I kill them? Thinking of the Underworld Fox Demon's maximum lifespan of 14,000 years made him uneasy. Although demons have a much longer maximum lifespan compared to humans of the same realm, anyone who lives beyond 10,000 years is a formidable great demon. Guan looked up, using his divine sense to see Sage Xianmiao approaching him. Better to meet Sage Xianmiao first. After the time of 1 incense stick, Sage Xianmiao arrived in the forest. He knelt on the ground and called out loudly, "Pindao has matters to seek audience with the mountain god." As the words fell, the mountain god appeared out of nowhere on a branch not far away without any indication, making Sage Xianmiao secretly admire the mountain god's vast divine skills. Before Guan could speak, Sage Xianmiao took out the compass, casting spells and explaining his disciple's dream. Once the compass reenacted the dream, Sage Xianmiao continued, "The North Sea appeared in the dream, which might signify a calamity for the North Sea." Guan silently thought it was troublesome. It's again the ephemera sect. The tree in the dream was the ephemera tree, indicating that the Ephemera sect main lineage was preparing to launch a full-scale attack on the Nine Dynasties region. How many ephemera trees are there? Guan felt an urge to eradicate the Ephemera sect completely to avoid them disrupting his farming. However, before that, Guan planned to give the underworld fox demon a bit of trouble. Your disciple is not simple. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is hard to say. Guan said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Sage Xianmiao's expression changed dramatically. It seemed he remembered something and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. This reaction surprised Guan. Does my word carry that much weight? Sage Xianmiao remembered what his master had said to him. Xianmiao, you will face 9 tribulations in your life. Each tribulation is a life or death situation, stemming from your interactions with the secular world. You can't avoid them, you can't escape them. Surviving the tribulations will lead to nirvana. He looked at Guan again, his eyes filled with respect. As expected of the mountain god, capable of seeing through fate and cause and effect. He took a deep breath, stood up slowly and then bowed to Guan saying, "Thank you for the mountain god's guidance. I will be cautious." After speaking, he turned and left. Guan tilted his head, showing a confused expression under his opera mask. Chapter 134. 9 Nether Domain, Chaos in the World. After returning to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Guan lost interest in practicing formations. He began watching the scene with his divine sense following Sage Xianmiao. When Sage Xianmiao returned to the Daoist temple, he indeed clashed with the underworld fox demon. The night sky timely poured down with heavy rain, causing the world to become noisy. In the rainy night, Sage Xianmiao held a treasure sword, questioning the underworld fox demon about its origins. The underworld fox demon was terrified and said he had been injured previously, forgetting his origins, and would have died under the claws of a demon if not for his master's rescue. Under the rainy night, the master and disciple had an intense conflict. After arguing for a while, Sage Xianmiao, muttering about breaking the tribulation, acted as if possessed and raised his sword to cut down the underworld fox demon. The underworld fox demon, frightened, fled in panic, pleading for mercy, but it did not awaken any pity in Sage Xianmiao. From Sage Xianmiao, Guan sensed a trace of demonic qi. He could not tell if this guy was inherently demonic or if it was the result of practicing the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Eventually, the underworld fox demon could no longer act and burst forth with a powerful demonic aura, simultaneously beginning to frantically absorb nature's spiritual energy, quickly coalescing into a terrifying demon shadow, invoking the impression of some summoning spell. The aura of that terrifying demon shadow rivaled the 9th layer of the void-crossing realm. Guan guessed that it was the underworld demon emperor. Sage Xianmiao, at the divinity transformation realm, was no match for this demon shadow. At a critical moment, he once again cast the divine reaching mystic gate, summoning a great cultivator from the mystic heart realm. The mystic heart realm great cultivator immediately shattered the demon shadow with a squeeze, and the underworld fox demon took the opportunity to escape. At the crucial moment, Sage Xianmiao still relented and allowed the mystic heart realm great cultivator to spare the underworld fox demon's life. After the divine reaching mystic gate dissipated, Sage Xianmiao collapsed again, beginning to cough blood madly. It seemed the cost of casting the divine reaching mystic gate was very high. What a vivid and thrilling conflict scene. Guan's heart was filled with emotion, feeling as though he was reading a novel. The underworld fox demon harbors malice toward you, hating you to the bone. Do you wish to perform a lifespan detection on it? Here it came. Time to work. Guan got up, stretching his muscles and bones. In the mountain forest, the underworld fox demon hastily fled, looking extremely disheveled under the torrential rain. After escaping for an unknown amount of time, he stopped under a large tree, pressing against a wound on his waist. The rainwater soaked his long hair and his face twisted with a grim expression. Mountain god, damn it, I was so close to succeeding, the underworld fox demon muttered to himself, eyes full of killing intent. He did not believe in any mountain god. He suspected that person to be some sort of evil spirit. Regardless, whoever dared to ruin his plan to enter the 3 Pure Ones mountain would face his revenge. Are you talking about me? A voice suddenly sounded in the underworld fox demon's ear, startling him. He reflexively turned his head, only to see a little figure in white with an opera mask standing on his shoulder. Before he had a chance to react, A terrifying divine sense surged into his soul. So you're here. When Gu An's divine sense invaded the underworld fox demon's body, he discovered another primordial spirit hidden deep within the underworld fox demon's soul. The underworld demon emperor. This guy was pretty impressive, able to escape the notice of a Mahayana cultivator. But unfortunately he should not have harbored dark intentions. Guan began to perform the soul-capturing skill to extract the underworld demon emperor's memories. The memories of the underworld demon emperor were too vast. Finding it bothersome, Guan only extracted the past 100 years of memories. After a quick soul search he finally understood the origins of the underworld demon emperor. The underworld demon emperor came from the Nine Nether Road, a demon who had been hunted by the Ephemera sect for years. 200 years ago he took advantage of the Ephemera sect opening the Nine Nether Road to escape to the Nine Dynasty land. For 200 years he wandered the world, visiting many sections. Among all he believed the Three Pure Ones mountain to be the most formidable, with its profound Daoist sorcery and a history spanning over 10,000 years, making it the oldest sect in the Nine Dynasty land. He attempted to infiltrate it but was discovered just as he stepped foot into the mountain gate and nearly perished, which led him to hold a grudge against the Three Pure Ones mountain. The underworld fox demon was a small fox possessed by the underworld demon emperor, its original soul erased. The possession technique he used was unique and hard to detect. He manifested the scene of the Ephemera sect's attack to force Sage Xianxia to return to the Three Pure Ones mountain, avoiding lingering in the North Sea mountain. Unexpectedly, after learning about this, Sage Xianxia went to find the mountain god. This made the underworld demon emperor hostile toward the mountain god. After Sage Xianxia returned to confront him, and after a series of battles his hostility turned into killing intent. The whole event felt somewhat serendipitous, but since the underworld demon emperor developed killing intent toward Guan could not let him live. An hour later, Guan retracted his divine sense, then used Taicang True Fire to incinerate the underworld fox demon, burning him to ashes and scattering his soul, successfully gaining 93 years of lifespan. He then returned to the Supreme Sect. Back in the Mystic Valley Pavilion, Guan sat at his desk and took out pen and paper. He first wrote 3 large characters. Nine Nether Domain. Through the underworld demon emperor's memories, Guan learned that the Nine Nether Road was an independent world called the Nine Nether Domain. Within the Nine Nether Domain existed demon clans, demon tribes and ghostly spirits, constantly oppressed by the Ephemera sect. He planned to write the Nine Nether Domain into an encyclopedia and later hand it over to the Supreme Sect in another way, making it easier for the Supreme Sect to explore. Autumn leaves covered the Mystic Valley, with over 20 servant disciples sweeping the fallen leaves. Guan descended the stairs, happening to see several Supreme Sect disciples flying swiftly in the sky. He only glanced at them and then looked away, preparing to head to the Third Medicine Valley. Before reaching the transmission array platform, Guan sensed a presence, so he stopped and turned to look at the working servant disciples. 30 minutes later, Yilan flew into the Medicine Valley, pulling Guan upstairs for a conversation. After closing the door, Yilan said in a deep voice, "The Nine Nether Road is in crisis. The Ephemera sect has arrived and a great battle is imminent. Not only the Nine Nether Road, but the Ephemera sect's demon cultivators have also appeared in various places. This time the situation is completely different from before. The law enforcement hall must go out to protect the common people. I have to leave today." "So urgent?" Guan immediately took out a batch of healing pills and handed them to Yilan. Yilan did not refuse. Following this, she instructed, "During this period be careful. According to our investigations, there are traitorous spies from the Ephemera sect within the Supreme Sect. This time we face the main lineage of the Ephemera sect and they might be going all out. This could be a once-in-millennium catastrophe." "I understand. Take care and don't let go of your white spirit sword," Guan nodded and said. Hearing this, Yilan raised her white spirit sword and said with a smile, "Good." After providing some important information, she hurriedly left. Standing before the pavilion, Guan watched her leave and had already sensed battles erupting in the distance and in more than one place. This time the Ephemera sect's offensive was far beyond previous ones, transitioning from defense to invasion. For the time being, Guan had no intention of intervening, letting the 9 dynasties hold them off to avoid alerting the enemy. His target was to deal with the Mahayana cultivator. Before that, Guan decided to find a place to break through. Mahayana versus Mahayana. Confidence was needed. Guan's life had too few combat experiences, while the opponent was certainly a 1,000-year-old monster. He was not adept at life and death struggles. He was skilled at crushing enemies. He needed to find a suitable place. It could not be the North Sea Mountain anymore. The Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion was there and he could not damage the spiritual ecosystem. After considering, Guan headed to the Third Medicine Valley and then to the Intersect. With the Valley Master token from the Third Medicine Valley, he could freely enter the Intersect. An hour later, Guan stepped into the Intersect City. After several months, the atmosphere in the Intersect City was very tense, with cultivators hurrying to and fro. He heard disciples around discussing the ephemera sect's attack. The news had already been made public in the 4 major Intersect cities. From their discussions, Guan learned that not only was the Taicang dynasty attacked by the ephemera sect, but the other 8 dynasties were also under attack. It was said that more than half of the second batch of disciples sent to the Nine Nether Road had died or been injured, and even an elder had perished in the Nine Nether Road. The situation sounded urgent and even Guan felt affected. He made his way to the book collection hall and ascended to the 3rd floor, which housed various maps and records of different places. Because of the ephemera sect's attack, there were few disciples in the book collection hall, and on the 3rd floor, it was just Guan and one managing elder. For a long time, while Guan was flipping through books, an old voice asked, "Young friend, what are you looking for?" Guan turned to see the managing elder, Su Lu, walking over. He turned and saluted Su Lu, saying, "I want to see how vast this world is." This Su Lu appeared old and feeble but actually possessed the cultivation level of the nascent soul realm. The minimum threshold for an intersect elder was the nascent soul realm. Looking for the largest map? There's none here. Follow me, Su Lu said, gesturing for Guan to follow him. Guan was puzzled by Su Lu's actions but followed him to see what would happen. "Earlier you bought the Green Hero Travelogue here, right?" Su Lu casually asked. Guan replied, "Yes, elder, what advice do you have?" It was because of the Green Hero Travelogue that this happened. Su Lu said slowly, "Ever since a book called Supreme Secret Records spread among the people, few have come to buy the Green Hero Travelogue. This made my friend very sad. Seeing that you still fancy the Green Hero Travelogue, I will give you my treasured map of the continent. It was drawn by a supreme elder who traveled the world." Guan, hearing this, became interested and asked, "Elder, is Green Hero male or female?" "Of course a man. No woman would write that kind of book." "Is Green Hero still in the sect?" "No, only occasionally sending books back through others." Talking about this, they arrived at a door. Su Lu motioned for Guan to wait and entered the door. Before long, Su Lu returned with a large scroll and a book, handing them to Guan. "Take these back and make a copy. Next time you come, return them to me." Guan placed the scroll and book into his storage bag and then thanked Su Lu. Su Lu reminded, "With your cultivation level, you can at most travel across the 9 dynasties. Don't form your nascent soul nor go to the demon land, and don't head south into the sea." "I understand," Guan replied. Su Lu waved his hand, indicating that Guan could leave now. Guan immediately left. As he reached the stairs, he sensed a powerful divine sense sweeping over him. There's a mystic heart realm cultivator inside the building. Could it be a supreme elder reading here? Including Xianquan, the supreme sect already had 2 mystic heart realm cultivators. This intensified Guan's resolve to break through. Damn that ephemera sect, enticing so many old monsters back. Chapter 135, Breakthrough to the 9 Layers of Nirvana Realm. Guan did not use divine sense to probe the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators inside the book collection hall. Divine sense could not be used for lifespan detection, and using divine sense would be meaningless. If the other party practiced some kind of miracle skill and could detect higher-level spying, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Returning to the Mystic Valley, Guan went upstairs and took out the map scroll and the book given by Su Lu. The book was called The Chronicles of the World. It detailed the general situation of various places, and the information about all regions on the map could be found in this book. Guan carefully studied it, looking for a suitable place for a breakthrough. From the map, the 9 dynasties only occupied 1/10 of the continent. Outside was the land where demons roamed, various mountain ranges and rivers with terrifying names such as Demon Shadow Peak, Demon Bone Mountain Range, Human Head Ghost Forest, and Falling Immortal River. After much deliberation, Guan decided to go to the Demon Land for his breakthrough. The Demon Land was full of spiritual energy. And since ancient times the Demon Land had no maritime dangers. This map was the best proof, as the Supreme Elder had traveled the entire continent. As night fell, Guan set off quietly and headed east, slightly north. Holding the map, Guan used the Limitless Freedom Step to traverse quickly through the night. Soon he left the Taicang Dynasty. In less than 20 steps, Guan crossed the 9 dynasties' land and entered the Demon Land. He felt the increase of demon energy, demonic chi, and ghostly energy in the world. In his divine senses range there were evil presences everywhere. Looking out, the mountains and valleys were shrouded in thick mist, and those towering mountains appeared like giant demons, looming and terrifying. Guan sensed the life force, almost all were demons. Occasionally he could catch a glimpse of cultivators who were hiding and had set up formations to conceal themselves. A little over an hour later, Guan arrived at Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, a towering mountain range that stretched over tens of thousands of miles. According to the chronicles of the world, in ancient times, a phoenix once descended upon this mountain and gave birth, hence the name Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain was occupied by demons. When the author of the chronicles of the world passed by this place, he was attacked by a great demon comparable to the Unification Realm. Perhaps the spiritual energy in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain wasn't the most abundant, but it was not a place that couldn't be visited. Guan used his divine sense to cover the entire Heavenly Phoenix Mountain and sensed 3 Unification Realm great demons. The number of demons exceeded 1,000,000, and the number of unrefined demon creatures and demons was countless. This mountain alone had so many demon creatures. No wonder it would form a tribulation of demons. Guan landed in a forest halfway up the mountain. He sat beneath a tree and directly activated the lifespan barrier. Following his gaze, the sparse forest with the demon mist billowing looked like waves under the night wind, eerie and terrifying. After watching for a while, Guan withdrew his gaze and then pulled up the attribute panel. Looking at his 2.38 million-year lifespan, Guan felt a pang of heartache. This breakthrough, who knows how many times he would fail. It was estimated that it would cost him several years of effort. But he had no choice. Staying alive was the most important thing. First, let's use 100,000 years to calm the nerves. With a thought, Guan invested his lifespan into his cultivation level. You have invested 100,000 years of lifespan to evolve cultivation. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 4,000 years. You used your great accomplishment in primordial earth immortal skill to forcefully impact the nirvana realm and began the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation and failed to pass the tribulation. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 8,000 years. You used your great accomplishment in primordial earth immortal skill to forcefully impact the nirvana realm and began the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation and failed to pass the tribulation. Good grief. 4,000 years for each tribulation crossing? No wonder the nirvana realm was the first major obstacle of the immortal path 9 tribulations. As the notifications came quickly, Guan's expression did not change. 100,000 years of lifespan went to waste. Let's do another 100,000 years. The evolution cultivation began again. Guan raised his eyebrows slightly. All failed. Try another 100,000 years. Guan refused to give up. As he started the third 100,000 years, his expression gradually turned sour. All failed. Guan's face darkened as he invested the fourth 100,000 years. The continuous failure notifications irritated his mind. Fortunately, this time it succeeded. Seeing the success notification, the gloom in his heart was swept away, and a smile appeared on his face. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 74,000 years. You used your great accomplishment in primordial earth immortal skill to forcefully impact the nirvana realm and began the tribulation crossing. You withstood the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation and succeeded, breaking through to the first layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 77,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the second layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 80,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the third layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 83,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the 4th layer of the Nirvana realm. You have cultivated in Qi absorption for 98,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the 8th layer of the Nirvana realm. Nirvana realm 8th layer. From the 7th layer to the 8th layer of the Nirvana realm, it took 5,000 years of lifespan. Guan immediately invested another 4,000 years of lifespan, successfully reaching the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. There was no other way. Now Guan was used to not seeing any numbers other than 9 in minor realms. After reaching the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm, he could once again accumulate his lifespan in peace. Boom! The earth's spirit energy surged into Guan's body, shattering his robes instantly. He raised an eyebrow and continued to endure the violent spiritual energy body refining. Unlike previous breakthroughs, this time, Guan felt pain. Nirvana was a transformation of the body and soul, so a little pain was understandable. At the same time, a flood of memories about the Nirvana realm surged into his mind. As Guan began to devour nature's spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of the entire heavenly Phoenix Mountain started to sink. This phenomenon was so intense and sudden that all the demons were startled. Gales howled, ravaging heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Roars and cries echoed throughout the world, deafening and terrifying. North Sea Mountain deep into the night. In the forest, a dozen Supreme Sect disciples sat around a campfire. Zhou Xian turned her head to look at Sage Xianxia, who was meditating under a nearby tree. She thought for a moment and then walked over. "Senior, do we really not need to set up a formation?" Zhou Xian asked cautiously. They were all disciples of the law enforcement hall. While carrying out a mission on the Taicang Dynasty border, they were attacked by demon cultivators from the Ephemera sect. They were all trapped in a magic artifact and brought to the North Sea Mountain. Fortunately, Sage Xianxia saved them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sage Xianxia, with his eyes closed, calmly replied, "No need. If any Ephemera sect demon cultivators come, I will kill them." After the underworld fox demons incident, he harbored an immense hatred for the Ephemera sect. He believed that the underworld fox demon came from the Ephemera sect. Otherwise, why would it have taken the ephemera poison and informed him of the Ephemera sect's imminent attack? It was clearly scheming against him. Zhou Xian hesitated but held back. Wasn't he using them as bait? Though she was puzzled, she chose to remain silent. With their foundation establishment realm cultivation levels, it was difficult to survive in the North Sea Mountains. They needed Sage Xianxia's protection. Sage Xianxia was not from the Supreme Sect and had no obligation to protect them. At this time she could not afford to offend him. Zhou Xian returned to her previous meditation spot to continue cultivating. The other law enforcement hall disciples began whispering among themselves, discussing the Ephemera sect. With the world in chaos, the Ephemera sect's troubles this time far exceeded the past. These disciples of the law enforcement hall felt the pressure, fearing they might perish in this catastrophe. "Do not worry. This area is under the protection of the mountain god. Once I recover from my injuries, I will send you back to the Taicang Dynasty." Sage Xianxia's voice echoed, drawing the attention of all the disciples. A male disciple curiously asked, "Mountain god? What mountain god?" Sage Xianxia replied, "Naturally, the mountain Immortal. As for its location, I will not tell you." The disciples looked at each other, thinking Sage Xianxia was acting strange. Had he injured his head? Even Zhou Xian thought Sage Xianxia had a problem with his mind. For a moment the forest fell into silence. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, the forest shook like turbulent waves, the ground lightly trembled, spiritual mist sank while demon mist rose, creating the illusion of dragon shadows thrashing everywhere, a spectacular sight. Guan, sitting under a tree with his bare body, completed the breakthrough after an ancient hour of settling. Finally he reached the Nirvana realm. Upon achieving the Nirvana realm, his spiritual power transformed into mana, and his primordial spirit underwent a metamorphosis. Guan's mystic heart was already covered in runes, about to hatch his own unique divine skill. He had an idea to create a divine skill based on his cultivation technique. His absorption of nature's spiritual energy did not slow down and continued. It would take some time to reach the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. He opened his eyes, frowning. A demon was flying towards his forest location, currently 100 miles away. If the demon did not change its direction, It would likely intrude on his lifespan barrier. Hope the heavens bless you. If you intrude, even if you and I have no enmity, you will die. Guan thought silently, then closed his eyes. He disliked unnecessary killing. This included demons. If they birthed spiritual wisdom, randomly slaughtering them felt like accumulating bad karma. However, if any life threatened him, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. Time continued to pass. Another ancient hour went by. Guan's cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the Nirvana realm. The howling winds began to weaken, not because his spirit energy absorption had slowed, but because the spiritual energy of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain was nearly exhausted. Now the lifespan barrier was drawing in spirit energy from more distant regions. A few miles away, on a hillside, a red figure was advancing. The demon mist in the sky dispersed, revealing the bright moon. Under the moonlight, a red-clothed woman moved forward with disheveled hair, barefoot, and staggering as if she might collapse at any moment. Her long hair was a mess, with some strands stuck to her face by blood, only revealing her bright eyes. Her gaze was downcast, looking extremely weak. "I can't fall down. I need to rest in the forest ahead," the red-clothed woman murmured to herself, her vision blurring. She wobbled forward, taking half an hour to cover the few miles. Once she entered the forest, she collapsed into a patch of grass, unable to get up again. She was now less than 100 yards from Guan's lifespan barrier. Chapter 136, The First Step on the Immortal Path. "I am the true immortal of the mortal world." Guan looked up at the woman in red, able to sense the dense demonic energy emanating from her. Generally, demons capable of complete shape-shifting were great demons, but the demonic energy of this one was merely comparable to the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, which was rather peculiar. He immediately cast a lifespan detection spell. Banyaur, Foundation Establishment Realm, 9th layer 17/999/18,000. Her maximal lifespan exceeded that of the underworld demon emperor, breaking the record of demon clan qualifications known to Guan. Aside from the spirit tree, the highest maximal lifespan belonged to the ghost mother of ephemera, reaching 54,000 years, but the ghost mother of ephemera was a ghost and incomparable. Guan couldn't help but sigh, as the human race was truly struggling, with a destiny limit of less than 10,000 years. Of course, the human race's comprehension was higher than that of demon clans and ghost clans. At least, Guan had not seen any demons or ghosts cultivating faster than Li Xiandao. While Guan was lost in thought, he waited for the breakthrough to end. As spiritual power transformed into mana, its intensity underwent a dramatic change to an extent that Guan felt he could easily crush his former self. Perhaps this was the true path of immortality. With the 9 layers of the immortal path, he had already crossed into the 1st layer and was no longer a mortal spirit. Unfortunately, unlike other cultivators, breaking through did not extend his lifespan, perhaps because of his unusual situation. Having not experienced a real heavenly tribulation, his lifespan could only be seized but not increased through breakthroughs. Nevertheless, this wasn't much of a problem, as his speed in seizing lifespans was already fast enough. Once the lifespan barrier ceased absorbing the spiritual energy of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, the entire mountain fell into a silent and oppressive state. Guan sensed that the majority of demon creatures were fleeing from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, as such phenomena signified calamity in their eyes. Time flew by. When Guan's cultivation level reached the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm, he was immersed in a profound sensation. He slowly opened his eyes and examined the consumption of the lifespan barrier. This breakthrough had consumed nearly 50,000 years of lifespan. In total, he had consumed 454,000 years of lifespan to reach the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. He still had 1,920,000 years of lifespan left, not counting the fractions. Not bad. Guan stood up and took out a black robe. While dressing, he glanced at Tianyao in the distance. Now he could see things invisible to certain living beings. He observed a trace of gray aura on Tianyao, and as his divine sense probed into the gray aura, he saw scenes from Tianyao's past. Was this the legendary karma? Guan began to glimpse into Tianyao's past, so he did not immediately dispel the lifespan barrier. After the breakthrough, the consumption of the lifespan barrier significantly slowed down, and leaving it active a bit longer wouldn't cause much loss. After dressing, Guan dispelled the lifespan barrier and walked towards Tianyao. His insight into karma wasn't very strong, only allowing him to explore the karma of the past decade for Xianxia, unable to deduce the future. Glimpsing the karma of the past decade was already quite impressive. In just a few breaths, the past decade of Xianxia's life unfolded before his eyes. Guan approached Xianxia, bent down to embrace the unconscious Xianxia, and then walked out of the forest. The moonlight bathed them, stretching their shadows far behind. Xianxia had a nightmare, dreaming that she was surrounded by a group of demons who wanted to tear her apart and boil her into soup to offer to the demon mother. She jolted awake, sitting up from the ground, gasping for air. Instinctively glancing around, she found herself in a cave. Her eyes were drawn to the fire, where a figure sat meditating beside it, causing her to shrink back and press against the wall in fear. "You," Xianxia stammered, unsure of what to say, still shaken. Looking closely, she saw the person was dressed in black, wearing a mask, exuding an air of mystery. It was Guan. At that moment, Guan was deeply immersed in the overwhelming power of the Nirvana realm. His divine sense covered vast lands, even allowing him to see the entirety of the 9 dynasties' territories from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, a sensation he found utterly fascinating. Was this the realm of immortal path? Guan felt like a true immortal of the mortal world, omnipotent. Xianxia's gaze shifted to a bottle of elixirs on the ground. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward carefully, picked up the bottle and opened it. The fragrance of the elixirs made her eyes light up, and she immediately poured the elixirs into her mouth. After swallowing the elixirs, she felt her energy recover significantly, an indescribable sensation washing over her. She felt refreshed and invigorated. Noticing that the wounds on her body had already scabbed over, she shrank back again, curling up against the cave wall, covering her mud-caked feet with the hem of her dress. After calming down, she realized it was the black-clad individual who saved her. She curiously studied Guan, finding his aura unfamiliar. Since breaking out of her shell, she had not encountered any cultivators of the human race. She had been raised by the demon mother since childhood, and the red dress she wore was also passed down from the demon mother. After a while, Guan withdrew his divine sense and slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head to look, the eyes revealed by the mask meeting Xianxia's, making her pause and then snap back to alertness. "Thank you for saving me, Senior," Xianxia said timidly, like a small kitten. Guan asked, "What are your plans now?" From his earlier glimpses, Guan knew Xianxia was a demon nurtured by a demon king of the unification realm. There were other demons in that cage, all very young, capable of shape-shifting at a young age, indicating their extraordinary qualifications. Due to the sudden depletion of spiritual energy, the demons believed a disaster was imminent and thus migrated. During their migration, they encountered a great demon, resulting in a battle. Amidst the chaos, Xianxia escaped. Subsequently, she fled all the way to Guan. Perhaps due to their shared lack of parents, Guan felt a tinge of sympathy for Xianxia and did not leave immediately. Xianxia hesitated, unsure how to respond, feeling lost. "I'll give you 2 options. 1. I take you out of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain to a distant place for you to survive. 2. You serve me from now on. In return, I will ensure your safety." Guan's voice resonated, and upon hearing it, Xianxia showed signs of internal conflict in her eyes. Xianxia gritted her teeth and asked, "Can you avenge me? My parents were killed by the demon mother. If you can avenge me, I'll follow you forever." "The Heaven Phoenix demon mother is too powerful. I'm not her opponent, but I can teach you cultivation techniques. You can avenge your own parents in the future," Guan replied. The Heaven Phoenix demon mother was in the unification realm, certainly not someone Guan could defeat at present, but he didn't want to reveal his full strength. From Xianxia's memories, there were hints that the Heaven Phoenix demon mother had lived for thousands of years. Killing her would likely only yield a 2-digit lifespan gain, not worth exposing his cultivation level. Even though Guan intended for Xianxia to manage his new cave mansion, he preferred not to reveal his true power. One must always hold something back. Currently, he was only in the first realm of the immortal path, far from being invincible. What if someone traveled through time in the future to kill him? He wanted to ensure that no one would ever know when he truly became powerful. Xianxia showed a look of disappointment in her eyes, but after reconsidering, it made sense. She had never heard of anyone mightier than the Heaven Phoenix demon mother. She cautiously asked, "If I follow you and cultivate, will I have a chance to avenge them? You'll at least have a better chance, won't you? All right, I'll follow you." Immediately, Guan waved his sleeve, and the vacant ground behind him suddenly collapsed, soon filling with water to form a pool. "Go wash up," Guan said, standing up and heading towards the cave's entrance. Tianyao hurriedly got up and nervously asked, "Where are you going?" "Just to take a look outside. I'll come back after you're done," Guan responded without stopping, merely waving his hand. Tianyao watched his retreating figure, hesitating to say more. For some reason, Gu Ain's attitude made her feel more favorable towards him. Maybe following him would be better than her previous life. Tianyao turned to the pool, gazing into it, wondering in surprise. "He seems really powerful. Is he truly no match for the demon mother?" "Sir." Guan stepped out of the cave, sunlight pouring down on him. Standing halfway up the mountain surrounded by flora, his view was unhindered. Looking out, he saw an array of mountains and rivers, enveloped in dense mist, resembling an immortal realm. It was difficult to associate such a beautiful scene with the demon land. Gu Ain's divine sense spread out, searching for a suitable place to establish his cave mansion. Today he planned to create an underground cave mansion, settling Tianyao before he returned. Fortunately, he had already prepared all kinds of formation materials, enough to set up a concealed cave mansion, which he would continue to refine over time. Soon he located a spirit lineage, deciding to establish the cave mansion beside it. Leaving behind a yin-yang clone, his true self disappeared into thin air. Half an hour later, Tianyao crouched by the fire, hugging her knees. Firelight illuminated her delicate face as she stared into the flames, lost in thought. When she heard footsteps from the cave's passage, she snapped out of her daze and quickly stood up. Moments later, Guan entered the cave chamber. Seeing the cleaned-up Tianyao, he felt satisfied internally. She looked pleasing enough to manage the cave mansion, serving as an eye-pleaser. With a wave of his sleeve, a breeze blew towards Tianyao, causing her long hair to flutter and her clothes to swell, compelling Guan to avert his gaze. Tianyao felt her hair suddenly fluff up, her clothes drying and all traces of moisture on her body disappearing. Guan raised his hand, beckoning her into the air, grabbing her shoulder, and the two vanished from the cave. Tianyao felt as if the world was spinning, an uncomfortable sensation preventing her from opening her eyes, with her divine sense unable to extend, prompting her to instinctively grab Guan's belt tightly. Soon she felt her feet touch the ground, the discomfort dissipating. She opened her eyes and her eyes widened in disbelief. They had arrived in a vast underground space, similar in size to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, with various spirit stones encrusted on the walls, glowing and imbuing the air with dense spiritual energy, making Tianyao feel at ease. This cave mansion was personally carved out by Guan, appearing as though naturally formed, with an environment that seemed crafted by supernatural forces. "From now on you'll live here. Rest and recover first, don't go outside. This is still Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. If you get bored you can read these books." Guan produced books like Investiture of the Gods and Supreme Immortal Venerable from his sleeve and placed them on the ground. With that he disappeared into thin air. Tianyao crouched down and picked up a copy of Investiture of the Gods, flipping it open, her face full of confusion. She was illiterate.